Supervisor Zenger, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I get a motion to acknowledge the certificate of posting, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. Item 1.1, we're going to open up the nomination and conduct an election for the chair of the Board of Supervisors for 2024. And I would like to, I haven't done this the whole time I've been here, but I would like to make a motion that Supervisor Curro is the chair for the Board of Supervisors for 2024.
I would like to second that.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? 5-0.
Yay.
Let's move.
Woo-hoo.
Okay. Now until I'm done. Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to make some comments during board announcements. So we're going to move right on to the nomination for vice chair. Is there a nomination?
I would like to nominate Supervisor Sotelo as chair.
Is there a second?
You can second your own.
I'm seconding. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against?
No.
No.
So that's 3-2 with Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Zanger against. Okay, we're going to move on to the presentation 1.2 for Supervisor Sotelo's service as chair for 2023. And I think we're going to do it, did we have a mic? We were going to do it right here, if that's possible. I'm not a fan of, ooh, wow, I pulled that right off. I broke it. Okay. Okay, I'm going to actually have you kind of hold this while I talk for a second. I am really bad at memorizing speeches, and there's a few people that were former board members that would recognize that if I did a formal speech that I would mess it up. It was just the way it is. So this is truly coming from me and how I feel. One, I want to thank all of the board members for all their work this year. Supervisor Sotelo was and is an incredible leader for our community, and I truly believe that her leadership has laid down the groundwork for where this county is moving, and I am hopeful that working and continuing to working together as chair and vice chair, especially because of the election season right now, keeping us focused on the agenda and not being distracted. I'm very excited for what could happen in 2024. And I'd personally like to say, without your support this last year, I don't feel that even I could say that I was at all as successful as I feel we are. And the community members that reached out to me over the weekend to discuss what I was going to say to Supervisor Sotelo, the comments were always very complimentary, and it was exciting to hear that they believed that the county is moving forward in a very positive manner, and even though we don't all agree on all things, we can find common ground. So thank you so much for your service, and I can't thank you enough for this last year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to say something?
Okay, I get a hug. Is there a pic that we could do? Did somebody do a pic? Anybody?
Dulce, did you get one from the front?
Yeah.
Benito Link will.
Oh, come on, Benito Link. We're just gonna. Thank you. Thank you, guys. So take it away. Have a comment moment.
Okay, I'll make my comments now, and then I promise I'll be quiet when it comes to board announcements. I know it's going to be a long day. So first of all, I just want to thank, I want to give a few thanks. And I want to start with a huge, huge thank you to our staff. From day one, you all have been so helpful, patient, kind, and willing to go along with whatever challenge we, the community, or even Mother Nature has put in front of us. And I am so impressed with our dedicated staff. We're lucky to have all of you. Department heads, thank you for your willingness to work alongside the Board of Supervisors this past year and lend your expertise. I know there was lots of times I would call and please just help me understand this. It's a huge learning curve, huge. As well as being present and really engaged in our strategic planning session that we had in December. I know it wasn't great timing. I pushed everybody so hard right up until the last second. And I think it's an indication of how committed we all are, the Board of Supervisors as well as staff, about taking things to the next level. You know, I am so proud of the team that we all are a part of at this county. And that team is not just the Board of Supervisors and staff, but I consider the team the community involved as well. The second group that I really would like to thank is the community. I want to thank you for your support, for spending so much time and helping to educate me on the issues that are important to you all and that are facing our community. And I really believe that together, you know, we can find solutions and we can have those hard conversations. We don't always agree, but it's about working together and it's about communicating. If we can communicate, we can get through these things. And, you know, there is no doubt that we all love San Benito County. I want to thank everybody over the past year that gave public comment and that called with all of your concerns. And I think it's just so incredibly important that we hear from the community. We represent all of you. And, you know, probably this weekend was probably topped the charts as far as hearing from the community, and thank you. I'm grateful for all of those phone calls. Please don't ever feel like you are bothering or inconveniencing. We need to hear from you. And so for me, I'm grateful for all of the phone calls and all of the contact that I've had. The other group that I would, you know, last but not least, is I want to thank my fellow supervisors for your support and the hard work that you all put in. I appreciate all of you, and it's been an honor to serve with all of you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. As I reflect back on this past year, you know, sometimes I think, God, what did we accomplish in this year? A year goes really, really fast, but when you're in the thick of it, it also kind of goes a little bit slow. And I think sometimes we forget all of the things that we've done. First of all, I think we made a huge statement to all of our employees by giving them a very deserving raise that was incredibly well-deserved, long overdue, and I hope that we can continue moving in that forward direction. We made a huge investment in public safety. As a mother, public safety is incredibly important to me. With the purchase of the Axon system, which I know they just recently have gotten and they're starting to work through. I believe Supervisor Zenger, you got tased. And so it's a real asset to our community. It's an asset for keeping our officers safe and our community safe. And so it's a tool that I think is incredibly important, and it's a whole package, and it's about our record management system. So that was a huge step for us, and it was a huge amount of money, but public safety is incredibly important. We increased our illegal dumping fees and had surrounding counties for one of the first times, surrounding counties were looking at us as the example. And that's what I want to be. I want to be the example. I want to be the best in the state of California. We deserve the best here in San Benito County. We don't need to stand for mediocrity. a lot of work, not glamorous to the public at all, but it's incredibly important to us. It's the foundation of this county, and I believe that we did a ton of work on our internal systems and operations, and we have made changes, and we need that strong foundation. We are going to be stronger because of it moving into the future, so the other thing, we continue to make roads a priority. We invested $28 million over the next 5 years in a capital improvement plan. And we've added the item to the top of every single agenda. That is how important roads are to this board. And we want to receive timely updates, and it keeps it in the forefront for all of us in our minds. We never forget about how roads are important to this community and this board. I'm really, really excited to begin 2024 and work with this board, the community, and staff. And I realize that the last few years have been frustrating on a lot of different levels, but there is a ton of light, and I think we all should feel incredibly hopeful. You know, very, very, very soon, the roundabout's going to be complete. Highway 156 will be mostly complete. The library expansion project is going to be beginning. So for me, it's incredibly rewarding to look back on the successful year that we've had together, but I'm really, really excited to look forward, and I think all of you should be really excited and hopeful looking forward. And so thank you again. It has been a big honor serving as your chair, and I look forward to all of the things that we accomplish together as a board moving into 2024. So thank you.
Madam Chair?
Go right ahead,
Are we going to go to
Supervisor.
public comment for what we just did here, or are you taking our comments now?
I don't believe we have to do, because there's no motion, we don't have to do public comment on this item, so go right ahead.
Okay, I just want to say thank you to you two, both Supervisor Curl and Sotelo, for bringing leadership to the county, stabilizing the political antics that have been going on this board for 4 years, and I thank you for bringing normalcy back to the Board of Supervisors. Rational minds, logical conclusion, great leadership. And thank you, Supervisor Sotelo, for all that you said, the thank you and the appreciation. I sometimes forget everyone who was involved and all the thanks that's necessary, but just thank you both. You guys have been phenomenal, and I see it as a continuation of the continuity of what you all started, of safe, sound mentality in politics. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that this current board had nothing to do with approving $28 million in road repaving projects. That was the prior board in 2022. Just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Nope. Okay. Okay, so we are going to move on to item number 1.3, and it is committee assignments. Is there any public comments from the clerk of the board?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. 1 second.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Congratulations. And my public comment, specifically with the last comment that was made, that I believe was inappropriate. It was congratulating anybody, and then the animosity started. I suggest that the committees that were enacted last year continue to stay as a proof of what the female leadership has brought to San Benito County. It has brought back integrity, it has brought back decorum, and it has brought back the fact that you women, our leaders here, can work with all the department heads and all the city council department heads as well as city council. You are moving this county forward, and again, I suggest and recommend you keep the committees as they are. Thank you.
Any additional public comments?
I have no further public comment.
Okay, thank you for public comment. Okay, I would like the clerk of the board to hand out the committee assignments. There are some changes that I have made. I am going to briefly just highlight a few. When it comes to the Council of Government, Supervisor Gonzalez, I have removed you from COG, and I have replaced you with myself. So that is one of the more significant changes. Additionally, there are items highlighted in green, and I believe the clerk of the board made copies of this, so they are available for the public. They're on the table down here. Anything made in green is a new assignment, so I'm not going to go through all of them. I really am trying to be strategic about our transportation and roads issue and the unique opportunity that we have right now with Speaker Rivas. So the changes I've made is to try and align all of the committee members so that there is some consistency on some of these commissions. And that is all the comments I have on that. Do we have a consensus on this? Okay. I understand from council we don't have to take a vote on this. This is just a consensus. Okay. Okay, great. So we're going to move forward. CAO Espinoza.
May I make a statement?
Oh, go right ahead. I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
So for those of you listening, I actually requested removal from the COG board. And I actually requested from the old chair last year in December. I just felt like the dynamics of what's happening with the COG board was not a direction that I could support, and I needed to be an active, supportive supervisor and be very involved, and as chair, I could not do that, so I asked to be removed from COG. So it's not a punishment, it was a request from the supervisor, but I gladly accept the mobility partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your comments. Any other comments from board members? Supervisor
Madam Chair, yeah,
Kosmicki?
I don't see 3CE unless I'm missing something on the list. I only asked because I was on that before. No.
You are
It's on the Monterey Bay
Monterey
Community
Bay
Power.
Air Resource? Is that the
Community
policy
Power.
board? The
Community
community power?
Oh, it's
That's
just
3CE.
named wrong.
It's
Yeah,
just-
it's got a new
It's the
name.
old name, yeah, so it's Community Power.
Thank
Okay. Let's add that to the edits that need to be done on the website so that we get that corrected. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Any other comments before we move on? Okay, CAO Espinoza, I don't believe we have any presentations or recognition this morning?
No, we
No?
don't have any.
Okay. Department head announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do have some announcements. I'd like to invite up our county clerk, recorder, a registrar of voters, Francisco Diaz. He has an announcement.
Good morning. Congratulations, Madam Chair, Co-Chair, and Board of Supervisors, and members of the public. I'm here today on behalf of the Elections Office to extend an invitation to everyone to our open house that we're going to be having this Thursday, which is January 18, from 12 to 2. We're going to give you an exclusive tour of our facilities and our infrastructure that we had to rebuild due to the fire. So I highly encourage everyone, come see some of the new security features that we added, like video surveillance, camera, motion detectors, a fire alarm system, and among other things, our staff's also going to be there to be able to showcase a lot of the new projects and things they're doing, a lot of our outreach efforts, our new technology, voting equipment, and also a lot in general, just the work that they're doing. But I also don't want to leave out our clerk and recorder office as well, as they're also going to be showcasing a lot of our historical records that we have on hand and all the efforts that we've done to preserve our records, especially due to the fire, and some of the things that we're going to be doing in the next 20 years to make sure that those records are going to be here for the next 1,000 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. I'd like to invite up our integrated waste manager, Selena Stotler.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. I have some exciting updates to share. This month, we were awarded 2 grants. One, Cow Recycle Farm and Ranch Solid Waste Cleanup and Abatement Grant. This is going to be $49,700 for cleanup of Salinas Road. It'll also fund new signage, cameras, additional cleanup effort, and some fencing. The other grant is the Mattress Recycling Council grant. This was a competitive RFP process. We applied for $56,100. This will fund additional signage throughout the county, additional education and outreach on our free disposal programs for mattress recycling, bulky item programs, and our promotion of our newly adopted illegal dumping fines. The last update I have regarding our HHW, Household Hazardous Waste Program, we want to remind residents and invite you to attend our next monthly Household Hazardous Waste Collection event, which is this Saturday, January 20th from 9 to 12 p.m. Over the past 2 months and into February, we've been working on some much-needed TLC, such as new signage, fence repairs, painting, and we're excited to be able to show the community these improvements. These events are held monthly, every third Saturday of the month from 9 to 12 p.m. at John Smith Road Landfill, where residents may properly dispose of their paint, motor oil, unused cleaning products, and other chemical household products, batteries, and other household hazardous waste. So, thank you.
Thank you, Selena. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Selena.
We also like to invite up our principal admin analyst, Dulce Alonso. She has a brief update.
Good morning, everyone. I have 3 quick updates. One is that this Thursday, January 18th at 2 p.m., we're doing a virtual workshop for our developer impact fee report. And here's an opportunity for the public to view and provide feedback on that draft report. The second is the working group is working on finalizing the strategic plan. We're almost there, and are hoping to bring it back and finalize the report. We're working with our consultant. So our hope is to bring that back to the board for consideration very soon. And then the third announcement is that the fire of the 37 residents that were impacted by the fire. We put out a post that Community Foundation is accepting donation. Community Food Bank is also accepting donations. They're looking for houseware items, kitchen supplies, and gift cards. So if you're able to donate, we did share that information.
Thank you, Dulce. I'd like to invite up our clerk of the board, Vanessa Delgado.
Good morning, board and community members. I just wanted to give a quick announcement. The back of the room, we have added these QR codes so you can access the complete agenda online. We do have the agenda at the back of the room, but if you want to see every individual staff report and all the information for each item, just click on the QR code and go to the board meeting today. It'll take you directly to our peak agenda platform on the public view, and you can click on the agenda and the agenda packet as well. So just an easier way to get there. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Vanessa. All right, so that covers most of our outside announcements outside of the roads. I'd like to invite up Steve Loop, and he'll be providing a brief update on roads.
All right, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Congratulations on the appointments and the elections. It's very exciting. So some road updates for everyone. Over on Lone Tree Road, we are currently working with the contractor to remove a small failed pipe and replace it with a larger pipe, and our own crews have been stabilizing the embankments. These are storm impacts that occurred that we kind of missed the window with FEMA to request those repairs, basically because we didn't know about them until after the window had closed. But long story short, we're working up on Lone Tree Road for the next week or so. We're doing a similar replacement down on Pinoch Road, just 3 miles off of Highway 25. There's another road, or excuse me, another pipe there that's failed, and hopefully we'll be able to get some reimbursement from that one, from FEMA on that replacement of that pipe. Then over on Anzar and Carr, We did the contractor come back out as requested. He did complete some of his punch list items. The outstanding items, especially on Carr, we still have to address the roadside ditches there. And then there's about 16 valves that they still need to adjust properly, water valves and such along Anzar and Carr for that project. As was mentioned earlier, there's a paving project that's going on. Well, there's a force main project that's going on. San Juan Bautista is taking their sewage and transmitting it to the regional wastewater treatment plant. And the county Board of Supervisors allocated $4 million for paving one of the lanes of that project because the force main project is going to be removing and trenching through one of the lanes. And so the County Board of Supervisors allocated $4 million to pave the other lane. And so the limits of that work, if you're not familiar, it was it's along San Juan Highway, Prescott, San Justo, and then over towards the treatment plant. So the paving for that will occur between September and December of this year. And so on that note, another item that the county's helping out with that San Juan Bautista project is, unfortunately, Highway 156 has taken, I don't know, a couple decades to finally reach construction. And the city's force main project, they received grant funding just recently that has to be spent over the next couple years. So there's a lot of congestion in that area, and so we're working with the city of San Juan Bautista to put up some changeable message signs on each end of that project because unfortunately it's extremely congested because the sewer main project kind of parallels 156, and so so we're working with the city engineer to loan them our changeable message signs so it'll kind of post some construction hours and give folks a little bit of a warning when the force main project's going to be under construction, just to help out with the traffic a little bit over there. Another thing we're working on per this board that allocated basically $500,000 to fill potholes, I should say. I talked to one of the contractors this morning because I had issued an emergency request under our JOC program to have the potholes repaired. And even as of this morning, one of the supervisors sent me some not fun images of South County potholes and some issues that are going on down there. And just for folks that aren't familiar, yes, there's some potholes on Fairview and Shore and whatnot, but there's even larger potholes in the South County. And so, long story short, we're gonna have two contractors. And so we'll be able to focus one of the contractors on South County and one of the contractors on North County and kind of spread the workload. So that's the plan for the potholes. So one of the contractors, maybe both actually, but I just spoke to one this morning. They're working on getting a crew out there ASAP because we need help ASAP with some of those larger potholes. And then the last thing I'll mention is a few residents in San Juan Bautista have brought to our attention, and I agree, that the striping from the high school, Anzar High School, down to the city is really worn off and disappeared, and it's just not a great situation. So we're going to be installing interim orange channelizers along the centerline striping so that during the night or during the rainy, stormy type of situations, it'll be a safer situation for the folks that are traveling along San Juan Highway. And then ultimately, over the course of this year, working with Supervisor Kosmicki, we're going to install some more permanent improvements of that striping and some permanent pavement improvements in that area along San Juan Highway. But on a short-term basis, we're going to be installing these orange channelizers along the center line just to help with safety and to help folks see where the center line of the road is. And I'll pause there for questions. So, thank you.
Okay, bringing it back to the board, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay, I understand that the South County has a lot of potholes, but we have to look at it in terms of density and traffic. And so if you would, when you weigh your balance of how you're gonna allocate work and labor and so forth, I'm gonna ask that you factor that in, please, because you mentioned Shore Road. Shore and Lovers Lane are horrendous. This morning, there was another fatality out at 156, 152, and Lovers Lane became the designated route. That route cannot, though I my heart goes out to the family who lost their loved ones. I cannot stress that we as a county need to do something for those residents in that area. Each time something happens out there on the road, they get inundated with traffic. They can't even pull out of their own driveway, which is ridiculous. So we need to make sure we focus on the roads that have a lot high traffic density that need work as well as the work itself. And then if you could do that, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we absolutely will. And on that note, we've been focusing very recently, as of even the last week, on the potholes on Lover's Lane. We're about 2/3 through, as well as Comstock, with our own crews. But yeah, we'll definitely be focusing on the entire county. I just wanted to kind of give the general strategy, but understood. So.
Okay, and then question for you, when you mentioned with our own staff. So I'm a fan of the JOC program. Do we have the JOC program for local construction companies that can help the county build the roads faster and cheaper than we can as a county, since we don't have the staffing nor the tools to do it?
Yes, and on that note, if there's local contractors listening, so the JOC program that we issued a bid for contractors about 1.5 years ago. That program's somewhat winding to an end. It'll end sometime around this summer, depending on when the contractors started their first job. So we're going to issue another round of JOC contractors and issue for bid. I'm guessing about April, maybe March, but somewhere around March or April. And so I would encourage any of our local contractors to please, bid. It's kind of based on a profit margin is the way the program's set up, and so it's complicated. But the answer is please, yeah, if local contractors want to get involved with that program. Last year we did 3 Class A's that we accepted, like large roadway contractors. So on this one, we're either going to do 5 or 6. So it'll expand the
Good.
opportunities for folks.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I'm just hearing from all over the community that the local contractors can do it much better, more efficiently, and effectively than the county can. So why aren't we using them? So I'm sharing what I've been hearing for the last year or so. And previously, District 5 was not as rural as it is now. And the city of Hollister took care of most of the roads within the prior District 5 boundaries. But that's not the case any longer. So we need to make, I personally need to make sure I'm more vocal and articulate on the needs and concerns of the residents out there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First you mentioned missing the window for the Lone Tree pipe. It seems unfair, I guess, is the easiest word, that if we truly just didn't know about it. Is there any mechanism in place to appeal to a certain level to see if, because of the special circumstance, if we can still potentially get reimbursed for that? If we can make the case that there was no way of us knowing about it within the window, I would think that there would be some reasonable perspective from the other side on that, I would hope.
Okay. Yeah, I meet with FEMA about once a week, sometimes more than that. And so I'll ask. Yeah, they had certain windows for the storm, and but I'll ask. So.
Do we know how much money that is we're talking about?
That one's $68,000.
Yeah, it's a lot of money just to lose because of circumstance. So, and then you mentioned the car. Appreciate continuing to get this car thing done, because it's a long time coming, and it's I feel bad for these residents because we're fixing the road and then we're going through all these issues after the fact. Do you have any timing on? You mentioned the 16 valves and the ditches yet. Do you have even an approximate schedule?
So for the 16 valves, so the contractor's already adjusted them twice. I don't know why we can't get it correct, but they've settled a little bit, I guess, because of the underground conditions. So the valves, I'm guessing, should be sometime during the month of February. They just need to be done. They're not a huge hazard at this point. As far as the roadside ditches, the problem with that is the contractor's given us a price. That work wasn't necessarily in the scope, so we're trying to agree on a price and make sure we have the funding for that. So the work, ideally, I want to get done as soon as we know the rainy season stopped, because it's a little bit of a larger, to try to get the ditches paved properly. So we can start in March, April, when we think the rainy season's over, to answer your question. So.
Okay. And then, do we have a schedule for when the proposal for no left turns onto 156 is coming back? And that might not be your question, that might be a administration question as far as coming back to the board, and maybe that's a chair question. I feel like there's urgency there. If we're gonna do this no left turns onto 156 thing, we should be doing it yesterday, basically. So I'm just wondering if there's timing on that.
Was that the intergovernmental motion, and we're talking about, Bixby and
Bixby, Flint,
Freitas
and Lucy Brown?
Yeah, I don't know the status on that, if that's in our court, but offline, I'll track that down.
I think we've been addressing it at COG as well, so we can
That's where
probably, I think we've got a COG meeting this Thursday, so we can probably
I
get
think-
that information.
That'd be great.
What does addressing it mean? I'm hoping that we get it approved. Discussions are fine.
It's been approved.
But the board has to officially approve it, if I'm not mistaken. Am
I believe it's
correct?
Caltrans.
From my understanding as the former COG chair, we were waiting on the resolution from the Board of Supervisors, which we gave them in December. So this meeting that Supervisor Sotelo just mentioned, that will be the first COG meeting of the year, so I'm sure they'll bring it up then, so.
And David, Council, if you could just confirm if offline we can have a conversation about, is there any action that the Board of Supervisors needs to take to ensure that these signs are put up? I do understand and believe it has gone to COG, and that's where it's sitting right now for approval, and it doesn't need to come back to the Board of Supervisors, but I would like some verification on that just to get.
Yeah, well, it's difficult for me to verify that right.
Yep, no, not right this second, offline after the meeting.
And we'll work with county council on verifying that.
Okay.
I know that the board approved it. I know it got pushed over there to COG. I know that they're working on it. We'll verify that and get back to the board.
Great. And then I'm hoping, because the schedules of the repaving projects that we're undertaking over the 4 years, the $28 million, I know that map has changed as far as schedules. I'm wondering if we can get an updated, at least, it doesn't have to be a map, I guess, because then you're going in and doing graphic design every time you're changing it, but a schedule, a list of the roads that's a fluid schedule, so that there's at least an estimate of when these roads are going to be worked on, and we can communicate that with our residents. I would appreciate that. Perhaps we could put it on the county website somewhere that we can link to it, would be great. And then I'll mention potholes in my district as well. I'm always constantly communicating with Steve, as he knows. He probably can't stand it when he gets an email come through from me at this point, but potholes on, we all know about Bixby, first of all. I don't know when the last time Bixby was pothole filled, but I couldn't tell the difference between Bixby and the moon at this point. So something really does need to be done, at least temporarily, especially if I don't know if we're gonna end up repaving it or not, but I would hope we can get something. And then Flint and then Rocks Road are two as well. If we could have those on the list, I appreciate it. And
Okay.
that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Zanger.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Question about, is there an update on the striping contractor situation? Because I know some of the striping they recently did is not sticking, and so I was just wondering what's going on there.
Yeah, I did reach out to the contractor, and I haven't heard back. That was, I think, before the holidays, because I don't understand, but Comstock specifically, Comstock Road, the striping's not doing well. Most of the other locations, it's actually holding up pretty well, but, so I'm trying to figure out if there was a different process involved with Comstock, but I'll keep you updated. I'll reach out to him again today and ask them if we can have a site visit this week.
Right, and I assume that's something that they would correct, right?
Mhm.
I mean, or we wouldn't be paying for that, right?
Yeah, they would just reapply, because it's obviously, something went wrong. So.
Yeah. Okay, and then the other question I had about the two contractors, the South County, North County pothole contractor, you said ASAP. Do you have a rough time frame of what ASAP might be?
So one contractor possibly this week, the other contractor possibly next week is what I'll say, talking to the contractors. So to start, so.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, great. And then I'll just throw in my Santa Ana Valley pothole request complaint that I received again this morning. So that's all.
Supervisor Sotelo.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm incredibly supportive of the JOC, but I do want to say that there are instances that our county employees, staff, our road crew are doing an incredible job, and I think that there are instances where they do in some instances, a better job than even our contracted, and it is cheaper for us having our staff do it. So I really appreciate the JOC. I am incredibly supportive. I am so happy to have the local contractors, but I don't want to diss our employees because they are working so hard out there. Part of the challenge is we just don't have enough. And so, but I have seen the work they've done. I have been out to, was it Cottonwood? Cottonwood, is that the area? Cottonwood, I believe, Cottonwood. And I believe that the county employees worked on that project and did a phenomenal job. So I'm really appreciative to our county staff, and I just, want to make sure we get all of the things fixed, but I just don't want to diss our local employees.
Yeah, the limited crew we have, they do an amazing job, and they impress me weekly. And the strategy with the potholes is we'll have the contractors on kind of the main lines where there's more traffic control needed, and then our crews can still be on sort of the less traffic street or smaller roads. So that's kind of the strategy. But yeah, our crews do a great job, and we just need to hire more of them, like you said. So,
Madam Chair, if I may add a
Go right
comment,
ahead,
if I
Theo.
can. Yeah, so I just wanted to provide an update to the board. So we have since December hired 2 new road crew members. So we have 2 more on staff and 2 are pending. So we'll have a total of 4 more, hopefully very soon, to add and really kind of be able to be a little bit more strategic in the south and the northern part of our county, and having a few more people up here in this area.
Thank you, CAO Espinoza. Okay, from my end, you already commented. I already sent you photos from this morning off of Pinoch Road, and the problem in South County, I totally support and understand now that Supervisor Gonzalez is in more of the rural area and is getting the calls now on and of course witnessing the potholes on the road. One of the challenges we have in South County is on Pinoch Road especially is the blind curves, and they're dodging potholes that will sink their car. So it's a life safety issue that they're having, and I want my constituents to know I hear you. I get your calls, I get your videos, I get and they do take lots of videos. I see more South County via video. It's really great. But it's that concern that I have because we could have a fatality that could occur with a head-on, and that's very concerning to me. I do appreciate your approach and how you're trying to address these issues. Striping on Union Road, is that scheduled?
It's not. The Union Road itself, I'm awaiting a proposal from one of our consultants to rebuild Union because that's part of that 28 million. But we can look at doing a similar exercise as San Juan Highway. So I'll drive it again. San Juan Highway is a little more urgent, but I know there's some areas of Union that the striping's worn off.
Yeah, it's become more noticeable now that we've had these winter weather storms. It's where you don't even know, you can't see the side of the road or the center, and you're basically kind of driving by braille with no braille.
Okay.
So thank you. Those are all the questions I had. Steve, thank you so much for the update.
Madam Chair, can I follow up with
go
one
right
thing I
ahead,
thought of
Supervisor
after? I
Cosmic.
apologize, but
No, that's okay.
just want to piggyback on what Supervisor Gonzalez said. So is it, so we have 2 contractors doing pothole filling, and one of them is dedicated just to South County?
No, so the way it's going to work is, I don't know if I want to call it South County, North County, just half and half of the county maybe is a more appropriate term, but it's just focusing some contractors on the roads near, I don't know, the northern part of town versus south of town, I guess. So
Well, my only concern is the number of the volume of traffic in the southern part of the county, and the number of people that live in the southern part of the county is far, far, far less than the other areas of the county, and I just would not want to see us having half of our contracted resources being spent. Look, I think we should give fair due to South County, but I just think it would be a travesty if we spent all this money and one of the 2 contractors is spending all their time in an area that gets far less traffic and far less people are down there. Thank you.
noted. Thank you.
And I appreciate your comment, but understanding the size of the potholes in South County, if the large ones could be the priority, they don't really mind the little guys. They don't. They don't even mind if they get a flat tire as much or break a rim. It's the danger of driving that's the major concern in South County. So thank
Understood.
you so much for your comments, Supervisor Kosmicki. Okay, Steve, that's it. You're off the hot seat there. Thank you.
That's all the announcements we have. Madam
Okay,
Chair.
great. So we're going to move to board announcements. Is there anyone that would like to go first?
I'll pass. I don't have anything to report. Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes, I'll go. That's
Okay.
fine. Yeah, just I hope everybody had nice holidays. I know it's the middle of January, so I know the old Larry David rule. You're not supposed to say Happy New Year after the 2nd of January, but I'm going to do it anyway. So I hope everybody enjoyed their holidays and got to spend time with family, and hopefully didn't get sick, because everybody keeps saying everybody I know in the world at this point has gotten sick in the last month. So hopefully everybody stays healthy and safe. And then just want to mention, I want to thank Integrated Waste for their cleanup effort on the west side. It seems like forever ago. It's almost a month ago, I think, at this point, maybe a month or so, clearing trash from the west side. I'm just hoping that we can continue those efforts, getting the community involved. And I had a chance to go out there and spend some time cleaning up one of the big fields, and picked up 2 big, large trash bags of trash and cleaned out one of those 2 or 3 large fields there adjacent to the Hollister Super area there. So I was happy to do that. And then I just want to mention Monterey Bay Air Resources District currently has incentives. I posted it on Facebook. You can get $750 reimbursement for buying e-bikes. So that's something, if people are interested in Samuel County and e-bike, you can get most of an e-bike paid for by using the Monterey Bay Air Resources District incentives. So please look at the MBARD website to get more information there. I did get some questions of clarity on do they have to be does it have to be low income? So the answer to that is no, that it's not a low income requirement anymore. It was in the past. And then secondly, where can you buy the bikes from? They have to be purchased from quote local retailer, just not a big box store. So it doesn't necessarily have to be local as in Samuel County, but hopefully you purchase it in Samuel County. I highly encourage it. And then just want to say my thoughts and prayers go out to the families on Line Street that were affected by the fire. And I want to thank all the emergency responders and everybody with the county and with all the local agencies and nonprofits that have stepped up to help those folks out. Truly appreciate that. And then I just want to, I should have maybe asked this in the road update, but I had it in my other announcements. As far as Highway 156, I've gotten questions about once 156 is finished, and of course the county's going to have the current 156 transferred over as a frontage road, that Caltrans has to give that to us at a certain level of condition. So I'm hoping we can have clarity on what that level of condition is expected to be, and to ensure that Caltrans does hand over that road in a very good condition, because otherwise we're going to be spending a lot of money repairing that soon after. So that's all I have. Thank you.
And I will concur, yeah, and Madam Chair, and I will concur, they do have to provide that road at a repaved or at a certain level, and we'll make sure that we have that on our next road report. Yeah.
Madam Chair, as the former COG chair, Caltrans has promised that they will go ahead and have it fully paved. I'm sure it'll meet your satisfaction. Let's not throw Caltrans or COG under the bus. It's coming. Just have patience, and I will be very vocal if it's not. Okay? Because like I said, we
Thank
have
you, Supervisor
promises and
Gonzalez.
assurances that it will be done according to specs.
Okay, with that said, Supervisor Sotelo, do you have any board announcements? I'm sorry, a little nervous up here with all you staring at me. This seat is a lot hotter than that one, so I'm appreciating the air. You're good. Okay, so we're gonna move on to Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, just a real quick couple things. So I just want to point out that our integrated waste management team is working on compiling a list of, I guess, illegal dumping hotspots. So anyone in District 1, any areas in District 1 that you know of where there's, illegal dumping going on, just let me know so I can report it to them or go to them directly. The other thing, I just want to say thank you to our sheriff's office for letting me spend a day with them on a ride along. It was a interesting experience, good opportunity to see some of the challenges they're dealing with and learn how to better assist them. I think that's it. Other than that, just excited to be back here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And if you hear noise right now, there's construction going on upstairs. They're not rats, I promise. I had a problem with little rodents in my attic, so I know exactly what they sound like, and it sounded just like that. So, okay. First of all, I want to thank the entire board. I am very honored to be nominated as the chair, and I take it very seriously. And I know that this is going to be a really interesting election cycle, not just locally, but at the state and federal level. And I hope that the public understands my reason for the second for Supervisor Sotelo to be vice chair is because I want us to stay focused and not bring politics to the dais. I am working hard to have a vision that is communication, collaboration, and truly strategic planning as a team, and listening to each other and hearing our constituents' disagreements and coming up with compromises that will ensure that we are moving forward to solve some of these very difficult challenges in our community. And so I thank the community for all of their support, the kind words that I have received over the holiday season have been very motivational for me, because I will say the holidays kind of brought me down a little after this last year of kind of burning the candle at both ends. So it's a team, it's the community and the board and the departments and the nonprofits that really have the ability to make a difference in our community. We're in an extremely unique situation with Speaker Rivas in the leadership role that he is in, and I am pledged to work as much as possible on finding commonality that we can agree upon and unite our community so that we do not have the state and federal representatives ignoring us. We need to have a strong, united voice. We won't always agree on everything, but if we can come together and have a strong enough voice, especially when it comes to revenue generation and infrastructure within our community and saving our rural hospital, I think these are all things that this board are united behind. And if we don't agree on how to get there, we need to have the open dialogue on what we can do to compromise. So with that said, I'd also like to say, and I know you're not supposed to, so Supervisor Kosmicki, yeah, Happy New Year. I had some challenging issues that came up over the holidays with some family members, and it made me realize and appreciate we have to take each day for the blessing that it is that we're on this earth and not take advantage and think that we have all the time in the world. So each day I am trying to start with a positive attitude and not get down on the little things. So with that said, I also have a couple of items that I hope, especially, and I know Dulce already hit on it, is the strategic plan. I want to thank Supervisor Sotelo for taking the lead in really looking at the strategic plan, and I'm hopeful that when it comes back to the board for comment, that the departments have more of a vision from the board of what we're trying to accomplish. I think out of the strategic 2 days that we had of really meeting with not board members, but all the board was there, but the department heads and the staff, is that we have focus, but we didn't have true initiatives of how to get there. And I think what came out of this is some real great ideas, and a lot of it revolved around staff and HR. So I know that's going to be a major challenge over 2024, and I'm here in any way to support what we need to do to make sure that our employees are taken care of and our employees have a future, and understand that every position you have in government, I am so humbled to be, and a little very nervous to be in this position. I'm from a small logging town of less than 2,000 people. I started local government in 1987 as an office clerk extra help. If you are an employee listening to me right now, you can do anything. So, with that said, sorry, got a little emotional. With that said, I wish everyone a happy, happy new year, and we have a very, very interesting agenda that's going to be full of excitement. So thank you for being here today. Okay, now let's move on to items that are not on the agenda. Public comment for any items that are not on agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Barry Katz.
Well, thank you very much for letting me be the first speaker. Council members, new chairwoman, congratulations. I'm here, and nobody will be surprised to talk about the expansion of the landfill. It seems like only those of us who are opposed to it like to talk about it, but that's what we do. I want to say that the EIR that's been done for the landfill, it's a hopeful plan. And plan based on hope. It's the way it's supposed to work at a landfill. But I think the news from California and elsewhere in the country is telling us that landfills do not necessarily work this way. There are problems with water and air pollution. Let me start with LA County. LA County has 2 big landfills. Obviously, it's a giant county, has a lot of people. At least the landfill at Chiquita Canyon landfill is in the county, so they're dealing with their own problem. But they're having problems with both water and air pollution, especially air pollution at these 2 major landfills. At Chiquita Canyon landfill, I bring this up, it's off the Grapevine area near Santa Clarita, if anyone goes by there. It's operated by Waste Connections, the very same company that is proposing to vastly expand the landfill at John Smith Road. It's had over 1,200 odor complaints between January and August when the article I was reading was written. I'm sure they have continued. Hundreds of violations have been, they've been notified of hundreds of violations by CARB, the California Air Resources Board. Some are saying that this was triggered by heavy rainfall, not unlike the problems that we had here. But apparently it overwhelmed the drainage systems, and it's messing with the gas collection systems, the water runoff systems were overwhelmed. Now the EPA has taken control of the cleanup, addressing the issues. They're suggesting a trench to repair, same as was done at a landfill in Ohio, to the tune of $6 million. Waste Connections is arguing against this. They say they would have to remove 20 million tons of garbage that's been deposited over the years in this landfill. To put in this trench, they would have to dig up 20 million tons of garbage. LA is facing class action lawsuits against them. And that's pretty much all, except I want to wish you all a Happy New Year. I hope you'll make smart decisions in this coming year. This is a good year for good decisions, and this project stinks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Maureen Nelson.
Good morning, Board. Congratulations, Ms. Carroll, and Happy New Year. I'm here to talk about John Smith Road landfill. Let's talk about road repairs. I've been hearing that talked already this morning. The haul route proposal is now Highway 25 and Best Road. Well, guess what? They think, John Smith Road landfill operators, that Highway 25 will be maintained by the state of California. You've seen how well that goes. Isn't going to happen in the next 10, 15 years. They're talking about they're looking at $7.1 million in revenue, according to the EIR, which is 3 years outdated. And that was stating that would be in 2030. That puts it to 2033. Let's look at what $7.1 million will get us. In 2020, Fairview Road was repaired for 2.5 miles, 2 lanes, at a cost of $3 million. With today's inflation going into 2033, $7.1 million might get us another 2.5 miles of a 2-lane road. Not much road repair for the amount of damage and environmental disaster that we're working with. Highway 25 as the all route has not been analyzed. When you look at the EIR, it says not applicable. How can you certify an EIR, make a decision when the haul route hasn't even been addressed? I also want to talk about the money. Your budget for 23-24 is $304 million. It should be more than that in 2033. When you look at $7.1 million in today's budget, would be 2.3%. Do we really need to risk our residents? Do we need to put that stress on our infrastructure for a 2.3% of an annual budget in today's dollars? It's going to be even less of a percentage in 2033. I beg you all to look at the facts, look at the numbers. We're talking about funds for the county. It's not a winning situation. It's a losing situation. It's a losing proposition, and it's serving out of county. It's not serving your residents. Change needs to be made. We have our integrated waste here. They can tell you more accurately than I can. We need to educate the public. We need to reduce our waste. We need to recycle. We need to learn how to recycle. Education is a key to anything in life. We have time. Let's work on it. Let's not jump to landfill expansion. Thank you, and Happy New Year again. We'll see you in the future.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chambers, Jessica Wolander.
Good morning. Happy New Year. It's good to be here with you all. My name is Jessica Wolander. I am the new environmental associate with Green Foothills. Green Foothills is a nonprofit that has been working to protect open space, farmland, and natural resources for the past 62 years through education, advocacy, and grassroots action for the benefit of all. Since our founding, we've managed to protect 200,000 acres of open space that has become beloved preserves and critical habitat areas. My main focus in this position is on the Upper Pajaro watershed, so that includes San Benito County. As you know, the Planning Commission will be deciding on January 31st whether or not to expand our landfill up to 5 times, from 95 acres to 483 acres, or 365 football fields. This massive expansion is not because San Benito County residents need that much, generate that much trash, but because the landfill operator is hoping to accept waste from neighboring counties in order to increase their revenue. So instead of the less than 300 tons per day that residents in San Benito produce, John Smith Road landfill would become a mega dump, accepting up to 2,300 tons of garbage per day, 87% of which would come from neighboring counties, primarily Silicon Valley. Expanding the landfill could have huge impacts on the environment. Contamination of groundwater is a serious concern. Recently, the landfill operators were forced to test the wells of nearby residents for toxic forever chemicals, and increasing the size of the landfill would only increase the risk of contamination. The landfill itself would use massive amounts of water, pulling up to 408,000 gallons per day from the aquifer, and it would also increase air pollution. in addition to the methane gas pollution, methane is far more problematic in terms of a greenhouse gas and carbon dioxide, much more potent. But in addition to the methane, there will be significantly more trucks on the road, and the proposed haul route goes right by the brand new high school being proposed in Hollister, hospitals, shopping centers, homes, grocery stores. And at capacity, the landfill itself would alter the skyline of San Benito County, take a beautiful region of our county and literally turn it into a pile of garbage. So I think it's important to realize how much this landfill could harm our county, that it would crowd our streets with truck traffic, deteriorate our roads, deplete and contaminate our aquifers, pollute our air, forever alter our landscapes. It's important to protect these essential resources for the safety of the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Danny Barrera.
Good morning, board. My name is Danny Barrera, and I am the new executive director for Jóvenes de Antaño. I am so very honored to be here with you guys and to be selected by my board to lead Jóvenes. I just am here to thank the community and thank the board for their support in the past and bring awareness that Jóvenes is open. Jóvenes is there for our seniors, age 60 and over, any senior. There's a misconception that we only serve our Hispanic community. Everyone is welcome at Jóvenes. And I'm excited at learning everything that Pauline and our founders of Jóvenes have laid out for us. I had the honor of going through her desk and looking at her notes and reading everything that was there. Man, she led an awesome organization, and I want to encourage the community that Jóvenes has a lot to offer our seniors, and we need your support to expand our reach and continue to feed our seniors, to continue to transport them not just in and around our county, but we also transport some of our seniors to the Stanford Medical Center, throughout Monterey, throughout different parts of our area here for very essential appointments that they may not otherwise have any other form of transportation. I encourage the community to go to our website and learn more about what we do. Go to our website and find out how to donate and support our different programs. Come to our facility and see how you can be a volunteer and get involved with the awesome work that's happening there at Jóvenes. I have been so honored to every morning I'm greeted by our seniors who are excited that I'm there, the seniors who are excited to see some of the volunteers arrive to serve them food, play music for them, run bingo with them, and just listen to them. It's amazing what an impact our seniors are receiving these awesome services, but it can't happen without the support of our volunteers and our donors and our community. So today, I ask for your continued support. Contact my office and find out how you can become an even stronger supporter of Jóvenes and help us get the word out. We are open, and we do accept everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, and welcome aboard. We really appreciate all the work you do.
Next in chambers, Elias Salinas.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I apologize. I should have started my last comment when I come up here and said congratulations. So I'm going to start off with, on November 7th, under consent agenda, the board approved that you hired a new lobbyist, JEA and Associates, and that you were not going to, and you were going to continue, you were actually going to continue to use Nielsen Merksimer. And that is not true. On November 7th, you stated you were going to be doing it, and during another meeting, something else happened. I want you to know that the decision that you made to going from Nielsen Merksimer, the top of the cream, you went down to JEA that represents just 5 or 6 municipalities. Nielsen Merksimer just in municipalities is 40 throughout the state of California. and 18 colleges, and I'm not going to name all the other corporations that they help. You went from the most experienced to the least experienced. JEA is more of an event planner and an introducer. That is what I found on their website. They don't even have they have no pride to listing who it is that they represent. So I'm really disappointed. $147,000 went down to the bottom. Why you all decided to do this, I have no idea. Local contractors don't commit to doing road work because it takes 6 months to a year. Is it possible that you can expedite payment so that you can be having local contractors fixing the roads? Signs are up already on off of 156 on the for no turn lanes. They're already signs. I've seen them up there, and I don't understand why Supervisor Kosmicki would say that you should fix up here when you keep supporting South County for tourism to Pinnacle. So why wouldn't you want those roads fixed in South County? Signs. I'm tired of complaining about the signs, and I was told that we don't have the staff to remove those illegal signs. Supervisor Zanger, you have 5 signs on public right-of-way. Supervisor Kosmicki, you have 1 sign on public right-of-way. I will be making a written complaint to get those signs removed off of public right-of-way. Running out of time. I think that'll be it for now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have a few on Zoom. Valerie Eglin, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes. You have to unmute yourself, Ms. Eglin. Dr. Kathleen Rose, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Board Chair Curro and Supervisors. I am Dr. Kathleen Rose and I reside in Salinas, California. I'm here on behalf of the San Benito Leadership Institute Committee. We would like to request the opportunity to do a short presentation about the new adult leadership program we plan to launch in the fall of this year. Much like the Leadership San Benito did for the community from 2005 to 2012, our new program will identify, educate, and empower leaders that volunteer in our community, serve on boards, and direct the organizations, government, and businesses that provide goods and services to our community. Adult leadership education is vital to a community and can produce great leaders who may also choose to elect to run and serve the public, as evidenced by Supervisor Sotelo, a graduate of the former program. We are very excited about this new program. We're eager to share it with you in February. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next, I have Mary. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
First of all, Happy New Year and congratulations to the new chair, Angela Curo, Supervisor Curo. I wanted to just point out that some of my friends who have signs, I consider them free speech signs supporting, or actually I should say opposing the landfill expansion, are getting violations from the county, I believe, code enforcer. Apparently what they're saying is actually considered not permissible without a permit. I never knew that free speech was a problem, especially if the signs are on private property. These are not in public easements. These are on private property. It seems like free speech should not require a permit and payment for a permit. I don't know what the cost would be. And I am wondering if our county sign ordinance is actually in violation of free speech, our constitutional rights. It would be something that you should all look into. I'm also concerned that in our county, things, some people can take down signs and just randomly steal signs, and that's legal. But if someone puts a free speech sign on their own property, apparently that's not legal. So it just seems like our county is going in the wrong direction in terms of promoting free speech. Thank you very much for your time.
Next, we have Bridget. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes. You need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Bridget Bowman-Thorpe, and I'm here to tell you more about the landfill expansion. I just wanted to let you know on the environmental impact report on 4.3-19, there's a report that the in-county waste was only 21%, and that the proportion of in-county waste would drop to 15% by 2026 and drop to approximately 10%. I'm talking about San Benito County's own garbage would drop to 10% by 2036. Now that begs the question, why do we need a landfill expansion when we use under SB 1383, when we will reduce our waste? So that begs the question, the rationale. And then I have another state to fact is the Integrated Waste Management Regional Agency Local Task Force, May 11th, 2023. It states under overview landfill rates, county reserves the right to lower the in-county Packer tipping fees, with any reduction to be funded entirely by the county. The county Packer rate is $44.75 per ton. At the gate, they have to pay $60 and some cents. So the county pays the difference. That means the county subsidizes the recology rate. Now again, where's the benefit to the residents of San Benito County? We are being fooled that we're getting a low rate because of the landfill expansion, when in actuality, we are being subsidized and paying it again as taxes. So this definitely needs to be told, and before you decide on the landfill expansion. And again, this absolutely is stunning, and the prior landfill expansion has not paid off. Just look at the enterprise fund, look at the Fairview Road, Shore Road. You have to pay 59 million just to put it up to standards. Mind you, did the enterprise fund, the road impact fee even?
Your comment.
And let's try Ms. Eglund again. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglund with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. Excuse me. I dislike being online. It's so much better to be in the chambers with you and to watch everybody and to have a real communication. So it's always very awkward to be online here. I wanted to update the council on what Reach has been involved in. And first of all is with the Pinnacles National Park and the transportation and access to that park. And there was a session with the Federal Highway Administration that really outlined the fact that San Benito County residents are not using the park. And so they're very concerned, and they want to see what kind of transportation can be better accommodated, how the county can put out more communication about the possibilities to the public. And I think REACH has been very concerned about public information for access to health giving outdoor activities. That has been also part of the Trust for Public Land in their invitation to us to participate in a series of webinars that highlight and leverage natural, historical, and cultural assets for stronger communities. And to that effect, Monterey County's Historical Resources Board considered the benefits of having trails and parks that highlight their history. And that is something that is pretty much lacking in San Benito County as far as support and advertising. So basically, what I'm saying is that we need more public information going out for equity in the parks and for the benefit of sedentary lifestyle diseases to eliminate that kind of thing in San Benito County. And we have a lot of difficulty with it. So thank you very much, and look forward to being in the chambers for the meetings ahead. And Happy New Year. Congratulations to everybody on the board for their positions, and it'll be good. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, so we are going to move on to consent. Let's open public comment for the consent agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, I do have Elias Salinas.
Thank you. 2.9, 2.13, and 2.23. I'll start with 2.23. I've asked it before, and I don't recall getting an answer with regards to Cienega Road. How much exactly is the state of California, because of their Hollister Hills, are they contributing to San Benito County for fixtures of that road? 2.22, I'm sorry, as well. Is Dunville CSA aware and gave permission for this money to be transferred to another? I spoke last night via text to Dunville residents, and they were not aware of it. 2.13, what is this about? Should there be a penalty for receiving these documents late? This was one of the pet peeves that I complained about and for years and years, and I know you guys are, the county is improving, I apologize. The county is improving with regards to making sure that you get your contracts done instead of asking for a contract today when it was already due in September, and now you're coming here in January, and this one is claiming that the documents did not get received by the contractor until late December. Well, that contractor should have already been submitting those documentations at least 60 days before the contract is up so that it comes before you. So if they don't do that, is there a way that the county can do some kind of a penalty with regards to that? Because that is San Benito County funds going to this contractor, and this contractor is delaying it. So I don't know what the practice is. I just know that before they were always late. Was it always late because it was staff here, or was it actually because it was the contractors? 2.9 is, I'm just curious on this, and earlier I said with regards to local contractors, they would like to do the work here in San Benito County, but you bill out, you don't pay till 6 months to a year later, and the work has already been done, you know. So with regards to this invoice, and to me, it's regardless whether or not somebody else is going to pay for it. It's that the contract here is saying that this is the Fourth Amendment for $100,000, and I read all contracts and up to the Fourth Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, and it states that you're going to pay $100,000. You're going to pay $100,000 now, because the contract states that their billing is within 30 days and you pay within 30 days. So how is it that this firm knows that you're going to need $100,000? The last contract was $95,000. So if you're giving them carte blanche, obviously they're going to bill. And who is auditing the bills from these firms? Someone needs to be auditing the film. And what exactly are they doing? Are they spending half an hour on a conversation of how, your holiday went, or are they actually doing work? And one last thing that I should have said in public comment, Madam Chair, one person please control the heater. Thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki, for reminding me about that.
Next in chambers is Maureen Nelson.
Good morning again. On 2.29, I'm a little confused about how we are currently accepting a bill for $19,070 for Grissetti Environmental Consulting regarding work on the John Smith Road landfill expansion, and it's part of the environmental impact report. If this is new work that we're just getting billed for, and it's with the environmental impact report, which has been certified and presented to the public over a year ago, then that environmental impact report is invalid. It is invalid. It needs to be updated. Makes no sense. Seems a little fishy. And I just put this on as one more thing with the landfill expansion. Why are we cutting corners? Why are we accepting information that isn't complete to make a major decision that will impact our community forever? One of the comments earlier about landfills in Southern California, the Chiquita landfill is in internal combustion. Internal combustion. It's burning inside over 200 degrees, spewing stuff out. This we can look forward to in the future. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you for your comment.
I have no other public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Are there any items for?
Yes.
Go ahead, Supervisor Zanger.
2.26, please.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
I do have some.
Supervisor Kosmicki, any?
2.23, 2.24, and 2.27.
Supervisor Sotelo, any? Oh, sorry, I went Sotelo and I'm looking at Gonzalez. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I want you. You're good. Okay, Supervisor Gonzalez, I apologize.
Sorry, I was ignoring you because you said Sotelo, so I apologize.
And I'm looking at you. I'm all with it today.
Okay, it's okay. That's a tough role that you have there. So 2.8, please. 2.14, 2.16, 2.22,
Was that, I'm sorry, 2.22.
22. I believe that's it.
Okay. Well, I have no additional ones to pull, so with that, I'm going to recess for just a 5-minute quick break.
But Madam Chair, you're gonna have to approve the
Oh, we gotta
remaining
approve,
items
sorry. Thank you,
and just reiterate the items that were pulled.
Okay. Just to make sure I have this right, I have 2.14, 2.16, 2.22, 2.23, 2.24, 2.26, 2.27, 2.28.
Did you have 2.8 on there? I thought I asked for that one too.
2.8, I will add that on there.
Okay.
Okay.
And sorry, normally I keep track of those that were pulled, but I had so many of my own I had to add, so. I move that we approve all those that have not been pulled. Move to approve all those that have not.
Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
5-0. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, okay? We'll be right back. agenda. Right now, we're going to bring item number 3.1, which is adopt resolution to initiate a general plan amendment, process amendment, agriculture policy, the land use element, the housing element, and the circulation element of the 20.
Excuse me, but the meeting
I'm
is,
sorry,
sorry to you,
Supervisor.
but, yeah, excuse me, but the meeting is
can-
session, called the meeting to order, and she started, and
Madam,
I couldn't hear, sorry.
okay. Okay, does everyone have it? When we're up here, we're trying to get things done, and I hear voices in the audience, and it is extremely distracting. So please, if you have to have a side conversation, take it to the lobby and then come on back. So thank you so much. I was in the middle of 3.12. We're going to have Abraham Prado do the presentation. However, I want to make a brief statement before we start this item. I spoke to a number of individuals over the last 3 days since this has been posted, and there's been a lot of push to pull this item and push it back to staff and the Planning Commission. I want to take this opportunity because I think there are some things that I wasn't fully aware of that you're bringing forward, but I am not recommending that we make any motion on this item. I'm recommending that it go back to staff and to the Planning Commission, but I want the public to know that we're hearing it to understand where and why this has come to this point. There's a lot more questions than answers. So after that brief statement, I'm turning it over to you.
Madam Chair, can I get clarity as far as process? Because I don't want it to be pulled back and sent back anywhere. Does that need to be voted on? I would assume it's on the agenda.
Yeah, I can explain a little bit on that. It is a request for an initiation, and in essence, is the initiation of a general plan amendment. And I'll go through the process, and then essentially, there's 15 items that are going to be discussed very briefly before you, and then you can decide whether you want to continue it or pull it back, or you can just count on just a certain number of items instead of the 15. I'll explain through them. I'll go through them right now, and then totally up to the board to make that decision.
And County Council, I just want to clarify, as chair, do I have the authority to continue this item for a future date?
No, since it's been agendized,
Oh, sorry, your mic.
is it on now?
Yep, there it is.
Okay. Since it's been agendized, there has to be at least a consensus of the board to take it off. But since what the procedure is doing right now is appropriate, is that to be the presentation will made to the agenda, the board will make the decision whether to move forward at this level or send it back. And that is a board decision.
Okay, so we'll actually have a motion on that at the end of this, and
Yes.
and I appreciate the clarification and sorry for the confusion. So go ahead, Abraham. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair Kuro, members of the board, members of the community. Thank you for being here. Abraham Prado, your Director of Planning and Building Services for the County of San Benito. I do want to start by saying that at the October 18th Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission recommended to the Board of Supervisors the initiation of a general plan amendment to initiate the amendment of the general plan on agricultural policy, on the land use element, on the housing element, and on the circulation element of the 2035 San Benito County General Plan. There were some items that were added by the Planning Commission at the October meeting, but the majority of these items were actually discussed at the Joint Planning Commission Board of Supervisors meeting that we had back in June of 2023. And so one of the items that was discussed at the Joint Planning Commission Board of Supervisors meeting back in June that is actually not within the 15 items that are in the staff report, and as indicated on the staff report as well, is the new community study areas that were asked to be brought before the board and Planning Commission for public hearings on the modification or elimination of these. And so the reason why it's not within these 15 items is because it took a separate course. We actually came before the board to initiate that item separately, and it was approved by the board. We went through the process of the general plan amendment, and then it came before the Planning Commission in December. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended that the general plan amendment for the new community study areas to be modified or eliminated was approved and recommended to the board. And so we are hoping to bring that item to the Board of Supervisors in February, likely at the next Board of Supervisors meeting, which is why that particular item that was discussed at the joint meeting is not within the 15 items before you that I will present and are in the staff report. But that explanation is within the staff report as well. And so the 15 items that are within, I will briefly go over, the majority of those 15 items are within the agricultural policy. I would say 8 of them are, the first 8 items are within the agricultural policy that were discussed by both at the joint meeting and then also at the Planning Commission meeting in October. And what I would like to add is that at the joint meeting, we had discussed with the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission that staff actually was applying to the Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Program grant, the SALC grant. And the application was actually due in September. And it's a grant that's going to help communities such as San Benito County that have an adopted general plan that does not have an agricultural element. So unfortunately, our current general plan for San Benito County does not have an agricultural element. As you know, we do have agricultural land use designations, but not an agricultural element per se. And so the first 8 items within the 15 items presented before you can actually be analyzed within this agricultural element. And I'm happy to say, after hard work from staff, our lead was Principal Planner Ariel on this grant. We actually were awarded. We were just notified that we were awarded that grant in the amount of $500,000, so we can work on that. And again, the first 8 items and other material would be analyzed within the agricultural element, and we would have the public hearing meetings, community outreach meetings along that. And so, just very briefly, before I'll just choose one of those 8 items. One of the items that was discussed is the potential for upping the minimum lot size requirement for agricultural land. Currently, it's 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. There was discussions of hiring that number, potentially up to like 40 acres per the minimum lot size. So it doesn't necessarily, if you approve that, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what the direction. This is just to start the conversations. We will have public hearings, community outreach meetings, and it could be that maybe the 5 acres minimum may stay along the areas that are closer to the city and increase as we go along. It could be that, there's various, we're just starting the initiation. We're just starting those conversations. So that will be developed as we have the community meetings with the public, Planning Commission public hearings, and then ultimately Board of Supervisors public hearings. So before I start with item number 1, I would like to tell you that the next steps would be that if you approve the initiation, then we would then do a request for proposal where we would require various items from environmental consultants, qualified environmental consultants that would help us with the general plan amendment. And besides all the other qualifications that we would request from these consultants, we want 3 main things. 1 is a detailed scope of work that they understand exactly what we are asking for. 2, a timeline of how long is it going to take for them to complete all of the reports, all of the work that's required pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, pursuant to CEQA. And 3, the cost. And what we can do, normally we analyze it, internally, and then we choose the best consultants that we feel is more qualified, and then we hire their services. But if you would like, what we can do is actually have them come before you and have them present to the board and have the board select the consultant in this particular case, because it is a major project that we are entering on at the beginning of 2024, if it is a will of the board. So with that, I will go with item number 1, and I will kind of, all the details are within the staff report, but I would go run through them briefly. We talked about agricultural policy. Land use policy 3.10 currently in our general plan states that if new development permanently converts prime farmland, that the county shall encourage, is what indicates on this land use policy. Project applicants to preserve up to an equal amount of prime farmland, i.e. 1-to-1 ratio. So one of the things that was discussed is that should be looked at to be increased to a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, or a 4-to-1. Again, this is just to initiate those discussions. if you decide to move forward with item number 1, what we'll do is when we engage our environmental consultant that's going to help us with this, we will have those public hearings to see what actually would be the best for San Benito County, and we'll have those public hearings, and then ultimately the Planning Commission would recommend a number to the board. Number 2, on this same agricultural policy, it was discussed that the phrase "shall encourage" should be replaced with something less ambiguous. It should be more like "shall require." So again, that is something that we are going to be. You making then the decision to approve the resolution today to initiate is not going to make that change now. It's just going to start the process for the public hearings per our county code that requires the first step to come before you on the initiation, which we're doing today. Number 3, it was discussed that the prime farmland definition of the state should be included within the general plan. And again, that is something that the most appropriate place that it should be included on would be on an agricultural element, which the county does not have today, which we now got the grant to start. So it would be within that element, and it would be basically to look at the potential of eliminating or modifying that last statement of prime farmland, which says that land must have been used for irrigated agricultural production at some time during the 4 years prior to the mapping date. So if it's okay with the board to move forward with this, then we'll be working with our environmental consultant to look at the legalities, if we can eliminate that or modify that, so that would take its course. Number 4, essentially right now, the general plan indicates that we should have, as development starts occurring, we should have a green space buffer between the urbanized area of the city of Hollister and the rural area of the county of San Benito. And so there's statements such "shall encourage" and buffer requirements, but there are no examples that can be fitting to San Benito County. So one of the things that was discussed is having our environmental consulting on board. We work staff, planning commission, board, members of the public to try to provide examples that can really help, with this buffer requirement as we move along with future development in the county of San Benito. Number 5, again, all within the agricultural element that we will be working on is what was discussed at the joint meeting and again at the Planning Commission in October was to up the minimum size requirement of the agricultural land use designation. Briefly mentioned that as an example at the very beginning of this presentation. So it was discussed that potentially can go up to 40. Doesn't mean that it has to go to 40. It's just that that was what was discussed as a potential. It could be that as we're going through the public hearings, again, we may go lower as it's closer to the cities and higher as we're going further apart. And I know that there was discussion, I believe it was Carson Clower, one of the speakers during the Joint Planning Commission Board of Supervisors meeting, that mentioned that there are, people that are looking at those 1 acre parcels or 5 acre parcels, and it could be that, as we go through the public hearings, that we may designate certain areas that are lower than the 5 acres, potentially, but again, this is just to initiate those conversations. The other was to amend the rangeland designated lot size. The rangeland are actually further away. Ag is closer to the cities. Rangeland is further away. And so currently right now, the designation is 1 dwelling unit per 40 acres on rangeland designated uses. So it could be that we up that minimum lot size requirement as well. But it could be that it stays. I mean, this is just to initiate those conversations with the public, planning commission, and general public, and the board. Again, number 7, we were discussing at the joint board of supervisors planning commission meeting, the creation of an agricultural element. We talked about the SALT grant, and now again, happy to say that we were awarded by the state the grant. So that's in the works, and. Before I move forward with the others, I do want to say that, for example, because the discussion of the 40 acre minimum on ag was brought up, again, if you vote on it today, it does not make it permanent. It's just to start that dialogue. But I do want to say that our GIS coordinator was kind enough to prepare us a map on the right-hand side of my side, the general plan agricultural map. As you can see there, if say, for example, it does move to a minimum of 40 acres for agricultural land, all the parcels that are in blue are actually parcels that are less than 40 acres. So essentially, all those parcels, if it does have a minimum of 40 acres for ag land, would be considered non-conforming or legal non-conforming. And so what that means is that the discussion was to up it to preserve agricultural land. But for example, if it's higher, moved to a higher minimum lot size of one dwelling unit per 40 acres, then if these parcels that are in blue have less than 40 acres, all they're going to be able to do is the ag, not the one unit. But if that is the desire of the board to move it to like 40 acres, for example, then the board can say those parcels that with this change are going to be considered legal non-conforming can still have one dwelling unit on their property if it is a desire of the board. It ultimately comes to you. But we would have, by that time, we would have various public hearing meetings with the community, with the planning commission, and with the board as well. Number 8, amend the existing land use map in the 2035 San Benito County General Plan to change the land use designation east of Fairview, south of Bridgemark, and along Southside Road from residential mix, which allows 8 to 20 dwelling units per acre, higher density if out of jurisdiction services can be provided, back to agricultural, which currently is one dwelling unit per 5 acres, and potentially change if that is the desire after going through the public hearings. And so that was one of the things that was discussed. Again, I want to indicate that here's a map here. The yellow, orange color are the existing residential mixed areas within the county land use general plan. Renee was kind enough to help us make this GIS map. As you can see along Southside Road and east of Fairview and south of Ridgemark, it is in that residential mix color. And so if it is the will of, if we do make those changes, these are the areas that would be essentially affected. Number 9 indicates that areas that would not change, for example, south of Santa Ana Road and west of Fairview, the Planning Commission actually recommended that instead of having 8 to 20 dwelling units per acre on those areas that would not change, that we should start the conversation at 20 units per acre minimum. So that would essentially allow for your condominiums, apartments, more of a multifamily component, possibility for affordable housing. So that is what was recommended by the Planning Commission. I do want to state also that if the will is to start moving forward for a change to upsize the minimum lot size of the agricultural and rangeland parcels, Renee once again was really helpful in preparing a map. The map shows here subdivisions currently in process. Those parcels that are in blue throughout the map are parcels that currently, it's close to 20 of them, staff is currently processing for a minor subdivision, and the majority of these are actually less than 40 acres. So in effect, like if we were coming before you right now for you to actually make the vote to upsize the minimum lot size of ag and the rangeland, and your decision was to make them at 40 units minimum per acre, then these would be essentially considered legal non-conforming. And so one of the things that you can consider is that similar to what we did with the new community study areas, that when the board adopted the initiation of the new community study areas to modify or eliminate, you also adopted or directed staff to basically stop on the processing or any new applications that come in until the general plan amendment took place, whatever was decided. So that is one thing before you. We do have close to 20 minor subdivisions that we're currently processing and can be affected by the ultimate decision that is made with this change. So you can direct us to just continue processing them and basically apply the current general plan that's in place of one dwelling unit per 5 acres, or you can direct us to hold off on the processing until the change is made, whatever that change may be after doing the multiple public hearings. Number 10, amend the general plan, the land use designation and the land use element of the 2035 San Benito county general plan by looking at potential areas where commercial designations can increase. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we can look at it throughout, or we could look at it. I know there was discussions about maybe having more of the commercial component closer to the city of Hollister, where out of jurisdiction services could occur. So that's something that's before you as well for consideration to start those conversations with this initiation. Number 11. So this is one of the items that was recommended also by the Planning Commission. Basically, regarding number 11, San Benito High School District has been planning for a second high school to relieve overcrowding at Hollister High School through a school site selection process led by the district's Facility Needs Committee, FNC, in which county staff participated in. Planning staff was there. We saw a few other departments there. We saw the sheriff being a part of there of that committee as well. Essentially, what was discussed is the location of a potential second high school. And some of the items that were discussed of what the second high school should have is proximity to existing and future students, a walkable, bikeable community, reduced vehicle miles traveled, and so forth. These are just part of the partial list that's up in the screen. And so we were also presented with a heat map. As you can see there up in the screen, that heat map shows the existing location of students for San Benito High School and also future students where potential future development would occur. And as you can see, the yellow, orange, red area is the more concentrated area where these items can be, more of a fitting. And so as we know, the high school currently owns about 70 acres on Best Road for a potential second high school location. However, doesn't necessarily mean that that's where the high school needs to be. After looking at this map, it looks like it potentially could be more towards the northern area of the city. And so what the high school did, and Superintendent Tenenbaum and Jeff Small, who are actually here with us today, were actually at the Planning Commission as well. They indicated that they reached out to the City Council to look at a potential sphere of influence expansion to be able to do an outer jurisdiction service and hopefully be able to consider that north of Buena Vista area as a potential site. And so with that, they're asking the county to include, in order for a school to be consistent with the county's land use element, the designation has to be public, quasi-public. And so currently it's agricultural, north of Buena Vista. There are some RM. Doesn't necessarily mean that it has to change. One of the things that staff suggested was actually have an overlay, a PQP overlay. And with the PQP overlay, not all of the uses that are required within the PQP have to be in effect. The board can decide that only schools can be within the PQP overlay, or maybe schools and government offices, such as the sheriff station or substation, the fire station, and so forth. So that, we have Dr. Tenenbaum, who spoke at the Planning Commission, and he's here as also for any questions. This is our last slide. Essentially, what we talked about is amending the housing element to look into the possibility of a growth management ordinance. So that is something that we can consider. Amend the circulation element to look at and reevaluate roadway classifications. Potentially, our current circulation element shows different roadway classifications, such as arterial, collectors, and local roads. There has been quite a bit of development since 2015, and so our Planning Commission basically indicated that it'll be good to look at these potential, this potential diagram and potentially engage in studies that can look at if any maybe collector roads should be changed to arterials, for example, or any locals to collectors. And so, again, this is just to engage the initiation of a study, and we would work with the Planning Commission to see which roads, if at all. I mean, even if we do an overall general plan amendment, we don't necessarily have to look at all the roads within the county. We should look at some of the ones that we think would be, more prominent to look at. 14 and 15, essentially, we talked about the potential of Santa Teresa Boulevard extending towards San Benito County. It was talked about that was very, at the preliminary stages. We don't really have a designated route yet. So 14 and 15 for the, also, for Highway 25 expansion, those may be premature, which maybe you may not want to include currently within this initiation. But I just want to bring this to your attention because that was part of what was discussed at the joint meeting. And so with that, I'll be happy to respond to any questions that the board may have, the public may have on this. And again, just want to emphasize that this is just an initiation based on the discussions we've had in the past at the joint meeting and at the planning commission meeting. We would basically go through all the public hearing requirements. It doesn't necessarily mean that just because we have here in the report that the minimum lot size of ag should be at 40, doesn't necessarily mean that that would be the case. That's just what was discussed as options during these joint meetings and the planning commission meeting. So this is just essentially to get the conversation started. With that, be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Abraham. Can we open it up to public comment, please?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Jessica Woolander.
Hello again. Thank you again for the opportunity to make comment. I'm Jessica, representing Greenfoot Hills. We strongly agree with the recommendations to amend the general plan to protect agricultural land and discourage residential sprawl. Specifically, we support the recommendations to change the agricultural land mitigation ratio from 1:1 to 3:1 or higher, and making it a requirement rather than optional. We support removing the 4-year irrigation requirement for prime farmland protection. Support including an agricultural element in the general plan and adopting a growth management ordinance. We also support changing the designation of the residential mixed area to agricultural. At its October 18th meeting, the Planning Commission recommended changing the land use designation east of Fairview Road and south of Ridgemark from residential mixed to agriculture, but also changing the remainder of the residential mixed land, so that would be west of Fairview and south of Santa Ana Road, to actually increase the density to a minimum of 20 dwelling units per acre. The Planning Commission believed this would encourage multifamily residential in areas closer to Hollister city limits. However, the area considered for this change is large and mostly rural, and not adjacent to the city border. So it's in a location where water and sewer services could not be easily provided. So we believe that denser residential development, like multifamily apartment buildings, should be located within urban areas such as downtown Hollister, where this level of density would be appropriate and not out in the unincorporated areas. We also believe that all of the residential mixed land should be redesignated as agriculture. If the county would like to designate some land close to the city limits for potential multifamily residential, it would be best to identify specific parcels that would be appropriate for this kind of development rather than increasing density on a large unspecified area that is currently rural. One land use designation that was not mentioned in either the June 6th meeting or the October 18th Planning Commission meeting was residential rural. The residential rural designation allows for a density of 2 dwelling units per acre. And there are 2 large areas of residential rural out southeast of Hollister that are further out from residential mixed. So we believe that residential rural areas should be changed to agriculture so that we don't have leapfrogging development with large swaths of agricultural land between developments. And finally, regarding commercial zoning, we recommend a more flexible approach. There are areas along Highway 101 that are critical wildlife corridors, and the county should maintain flexibility with those. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Devin Pack.
Good morning, board. Thank you for hearing me. I am from a family that has been farming in Hollister since 1912. We and other farmers that I have spoken with are concerned because there has not really been stakeholder consultation in regards to this alteration of the density, and it has the potential to substantially interfere with the business operations of actual growers and actual ranchers here in San Benito County. In order to make a field productive in this county, you need to handle 4 categories of problems: labor, logistics, water, and finance. San Benito County and farmers are generally already at a handicap versus vis-a-vis Monterey County in regards to both logistics and water availability. Basically, in order to secure agricultural loans, those agricultural loans are received and made by the banks on the calculation of the value of the land. If you change the density values, you risk changing the calculus of those banks and thus making it harder for local farmers to secure loans to continue their operations and continue their growing operations. So actually changing the density can actually have an inverse effect of reducing the amount of prime agricultural land under cultivation by making it more difficult to secure financing to grow fields and to grow crops. For these reasons, I would suggest that this matter, it just requires more consultation with stakeholders, with the San Benito Farm Bureau and the San Benito Cattlemen's Association. And also, we need to be getting a sense from banks that are engaged in agricultural business, such as mechanics banks, because we do not want to create a situation where the agricultural element becomes a straitjacket that restricts farmers and growers from being able to secure financing to grow these fields and put these fields under cultivation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Bill Lee.
Good morning, Supervisors. Bill Lee here. You guys have met me before. I have a lot of concerns with this, and I think this needs to be looked at and before it comes to you for any kind of direction. I think you guys know I've had a subdivision in process with you guys since 2021. I wasn't even included on that map of subdivisions in process. Going to 20 to 40 units per acre on some of these areas is going to create island skyscrapers. Most of your development in the county, take Ridgemark for example, runs 2 to 3 units per acre. And so to go to 20 to 40 is extremely dense. You don't really have anywhere in this county where you have more than 4 or 5 units per acre at present. And if you do that, you'll have a gap between 2 units an acre and 20 and nothing in between in your code, which I think doesn't make a lot of sense. The area east of Fairview is adjacent to the city. It does have water, it does have sewer, and that area has in prior general plans as well as the current been designated as the area where multiple residential was wanted for San Benito County growth, and that goes back to the early 1980s. If the high school needs the quasi-public, why not take action on that? Why not process that piece? Because to do it with all these other things will slow it down and convolute it. And we do desperately need another high school, and I am certainly in favor of them being able to get that quasi-public designation there. But there's things proposed in here that contradict state standards. For example, prime farmland normally is farmland that's been irrigated in the last 4 years, and you're proposing to not use that designation and create a different designation than what the state uses. And I think that's dangerous and leaves us subject to a number of problems. So I would ask you to please remand this back for further study before it comes back to you for some kind of action, and or bifurcate the high school piece and get that expedited. These are major changes that you're looking at here, borderline a rewrite of the entire general plan. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Jason Noble.
Good morning and thank you, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Jason Noble. I'm from Trespinos. Make no mistake, this agenda item is a taking. I've been a property rights advocate and housing provider for over 35 years here. That's code for realtor. At every social setting, someone will ask, how's the market? Which leads to the inevitable, what is my home worth? If this agenda item were to move forward, you'd be taking away land value from property owners in San Benito County. For those of you old enough to remember Measure G from the early 2000s, this kind of resembles that. Voters soundly defeated that attempt to rezone many lands from their current zoning to a higher minimum threshold, such as this general plan amendment suggests. One reason that was so egregious was its negative impact on farmers and ranchers who often rely upon their values for borrowing purposes to run their operations year to year. There are similarities here. Another aspect of this proposed amendment is the ag preservation ratio. Starting a conversation with a 10-to-1 ratio is like arguing, my home is worth $100 million, but for you, I'll let it go for $20 million. Why is 10-to-1 a good starting point? Does any other county currently have this preservation policy ratio? If you're going to start a conversation, start by being reasonable. Changing zoning from 5-acre minimum lot size to 40-acre minimum lot size sounds like a good idea to preserve agriculture, but as mentioned before, is a taking of value and rights from landowners. Look, just because a property is zoned 5-acre minimum or residential mixed does not mean that it will automatically have a subdivision approved. Anyone who has experienced the CEQA process knows it is not a given that the conditions of approval for a tentative map can outweigh the feasibility for the project. That being said, the county needs to also recognize it has limited sources of revenue. Sales tax, property tax to name two, but fees collected from building permits and impact fees are substantial. The county is not in the strongest financial position to reduce or stop this income stream, limited as it is. Oftentimes, a project contributes to needed funds for aging infrastructure replacement on and off-site via traffic impact fees or approval conditions. The cost to taxpayers for the CEQA study for this amendment alone is going to be significant after a general plan has already been studied and adopted. It seems ill-advised to spend funds for this now when the county has so many other projects within that those dollars should contribute towards it at this time. In the last 20 years, we've seen more ground put into production than taken out for housing. Why make this change now? At a minimum, I would ask the board to pump the brakes here and take the time for additional public input prior to making such an important decision. At best, I would ask you not make a decision at all here and return to more important decisions before you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Sean Tenenbaum.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come before you. Happy New Year. It is the first time I've seen you in 2024, so I do want to wish you all a Happy New Year. Just want to thank the RMA staff and the Planning Commission. We've had an opportunity as a district, myself and Jeff, to come before and present our current plans and our future progress and what our goal sets are. So I want to commend the opportunity to be part of this conversation regards to the PQP designation. One thing is very clear, that the district is really trying to partner and align itself not only with the county but the city. And so we want to make sure that we are aligning with the future and the vision of the growth and how that growth may develop over time, decades to come. So when we take a look at the PQP designation, that is an extremely important item to the district as we move forward, but also to the city and the vibrancy of the county as well. So thank you to all the folks who have supported that. I really appreciate that. As a landowner, the district owns 70 acres on Best Road. I would just encourage the county to reach out to those landowners regarding the potential other items that are contained in the general plan amendment regarding the usage of that property. Currently, we do not have property in the Buena Vista corridor in the SOI prescribed area, but we are feverishly trying to secure that property and hope to do so in the next few months. But right now, our only property is Best Road. And so we do request the flexibility and the latitude to be able to engage in those conversations for the health of our public education in our county. Thank you so much. I do appreciate all the support, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Elias Salinas.
I second all the previous speakers. They all have some great comments. How many of you have been to Ashford Vineyard Estates, Comstock, Dunville, Pacheco Creek, and also on Cienega. Those would not exist if you were to do something. And you're not going to make a decision today. You're going to continue talking about it, and you're going to include stakeholders. How many property owners do you know have 40 or more acres? Very, very few. You either have landmass owners or you have a person who takes pride in their 5 acres and they're growing walnuts, grapes, any kind of fruit tree. So those are the people that you should also be speaking to. Those are the folks that are not multi-generational San Benito County folks who have inherited the land and are able to do something with it. Now, that being said, I don't believe that we should tell people what they can and cannot do with their land as long as they fall under policies, procedures, and the law. Can you imagine if Ashford Vineyard Estates didn't exist right now because previous county board of supervisors said, no, you can't do that? Comstock Estates, they're gorgeous. I wanted to go out there. I got outvoted on buying a property out there. So, when you make these decisions, we already have a 1-to-1. And we also have the San Benito Land Trust that protects San Benito and where those properties are to be taken from. So you know you have a developer that is going to do something, and if they have 10 acres, they got to find 10 acres somewhere else, and they got to not just find them, they got to buy them to preserve ag land. San Benito County is part of the salad bowl of the world, and we must preserve it. But you don't preserve it at the expense of people who are wanting to try to make a living. And if they have land and it falls in the right location, or even if it falls in South County and they do their own well and they have their own septic system, which is what all these other estates that are, communities that I've mentioned, Richmark wouldn't even exist either. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have a few on Zoom. We'll start with Carson. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Supervisors and Planning staff. I apologize I'm not able to attend in the chambers with you. I think that you can have these discussions without proceeding with the initiation for the general plan amendment. You kind of started that process in the summer. There was a couple of us that were there. There wasn't a great turnout. So I think if you can continue those type of discussions, that'd be terrific, especially if you provide these specific plans and policies, because these somewhat came out of nowhere. You do have some that I think are slam dunks and probably can proceed. You have some that are somewhat controversial, and you have some that are very controversial. If it's the goal of the board to preserve ag, I do think that separating the areas that are in ag production versus the areas that are zoned ag productive but are actually more ranchette type properties, that would be helpful. This doesn't really do that. You probably need a new zoning designation for much of North County that doesn't produce ag but has the ranchette style homes and actually provides cultural value that isn't really talked about a whole lot. But if you like the rodeo, if you like those type of events, a lot of those kids come from those neighborhoods. Increasing density in the west of Fairview and south of Santa Ana sounds good, but that's in the city's sphere of influence. So you're probably not going to develop there anyways as a county. People have tried to do that and they've gotten hung up with the comments from the city revolving around sewer treatment there or bringing down the sewer line. So I really think that you need a broader conversation about where you want the development to actually happen. Having blanket policies that increase the lot minimums is very problematic. It was mentioned that there could be loss of value. I think you will see loss of value for property owners. I think you will see loss of revenue for the tax assessor. I would urge you at this point to either don't move forward with this and have some more conversations revolving around each of the policies, or pull out the items that the board thinks are slam dunks so that you can move forward with those, and then leave these other items to be discussed in the near or far future. Thank you for your time.
Next on Zoom, Christina, you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair Curo and Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. On behalf of the San Benito County Business Council and myself, Christina Chavez Wyatt, my company, Farmhouse Communications, I do serve as contracted executive director for the Business Council over the past 12 years. I'm here to provide comments on consideration of amendments and updates to the county general plan agricultural policy element and the possible development of a general plan agricultural element. Established in 2001, the Business Council is a 501c6 nonprofit member-based organization representing over 45 local and regional municipal agencies, businesses, nonprofits, trade organizations, and major employers representing more than 6,000 employees in the Monterey Bay, Central Coast, and South Bay regions. I did provide comments to you over email as well. Regarding the proposed general plan agricultural element, please consider referencing the City of Hollister as requested by Superintendent Tenenbaum and Monterey County's policies. I did attach a draft to my email, including the tiering of mitigation and exemptions for processing operations and ag employee housing, et cetera, as that ratio best applies to the principles to maintain productive and viable agricultural lands. Additionally, any lands within the plan that have any low density or zoning other than agriculture cannot be rezoned or downzoned to agriculture, as investments and planning have been in place for other uses, as Carson referred. Please also consider that smaller parcels are oftentimes used for small, unique, and oftentimes organic commodity production. And lands are only productive and viable for agriculture production if the commodities are marketable, when food safety programs can be implemented, where adequate high quality water is readily available, and ag urban interfaces, including dust, noise, ag inputs, employees, and heavy equipment traffic can be avoided. Please consider the formation of an agriculture advisory committee to review and provide recommendations on the development of an agriculture element, as well as agricultural policy and related matters. And should you proceed with hiring a consultant, please also consider experience in recent active experience in local agricultural operations, in addition to environmental and planning work. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide comments, for your consideration of our questions, concerns, and ideas. And thank you again, as always, for your leadership and commitment to our community. And please don't hesitate to reply to my email with any questions, concerns, and/or needs. Thank you very much.
Michael, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Michael Patrick Durkee, I'm an attorney representing Bill Lee on the Lands of Lee project. Happy New Year to all of you. Congratulations, new chair. A couple of very brief points lawyers are likely to make. First off, we are absolutely a pending application. We have been since 2021. As recently as a week ago, we got a comment letter back from Ariel Goodspeed, clearly talking about our revised project description for our revised EIA. We have a vesting tentative map for those of you who have taken my silly subdivision map act class for the last 40 years. Know that you vest into the laws in place at application completion. We vested a couple of years ago. We would not be subject to this. And in fact, everything on the side of Fairview now being suggested to move from what your general plan currently says is the reason why it should develop. Availability of water, availability of wastewater. 40% of that land has now actually been developed, even though in the slide it's colored orange. The idea is to do just that, to put urban development next to urban development, Hollister, that can provide the water and wastewater. And that's why your current general plan suggests that. We got a denial and we worked out a tolling agreement with the county where we were encouraged to do exactly what we've been doing. Bill Lee revised his project. He presented now 10%, soon to probably be 20% of low income housing in the project. As such, he reduced his traffic impacts to less than significant, the first time that will have been done in the county with the largest percentage of low income housing that's ever been put before you. We have been working in good faith under that tolling agreement. All agreements come with a covenant of good faith and fair dealing, and we have been doing just that. We have revised our project EIR, is now pending before staff, excuse me. And with respect, I have the greatest respect for your RMA staff. They are A+. But legally, I absolutely disagree. This is not something that's not subject to CEQA. When in March, the board took an action, it very much just said, go look at things and come back with it. This that they're asking me to now study is very detailed, up to 40 acres for ag. All of this very heavy duty detailed stuff that is going to absolutely control the choices that you're given. They are setting the mark for which you have to vary from. That is a CEQA event that does not qualify for an exemption. I'm just checking to see if there's anything else. Basically, this resolution would
And that concludes our public comment.
Okay, we're going to bring it back to the board unless, Abraham, do you have anything to add before we bring it back?
If you don't mind, Madam Chair, just to answer a few of the questions, if it's okay, very briefly, and then if you have other questions, I'd be happy to respond to them. The reason why some of the projects that we have ongoing, which are quite a bit, the ones that we showed on the map were just those that are minor subdivisions that could potentially be looked at as potentially legal nonconforming if there is a change. We do not have major subdivisions. We do not have conditional use permits. We don't have building permits. I mean, we can get into the hundreds of permits that we're processing if we had put that in the map. But that's just the minor subdivisions, which is why we don't have we didn't show all of the projects. Also, do want to indicate that as indicated in Exhibit A of the report, the board already did approve an initiation of a general plan amendment for the agricultural element of the general plan. So in consideration, when we were looking at this SALT grant, because we feel that this is a very, very important topic for the community, we came before you in March. And the Exhibit A shows that there was an approved initiation of a general plan amendment for the creation of a agricultural element in preparation of the SALT grant. And we're optimistic that we're going to get it. We worked in partnership with various community members, and so with that we have that. And so in listening to some of the public comments, if it is the will of the board not to accept all of the items in the initiation, and say if you, for example, you want to move forward with some, such as North of Buena Vista, but not necessarily the first 8 items, then what we can do is we can discuss those 8 items as part of the agricultural element that we would be engaging on with we're still going to hire a consultant for that item, and we can actually discuss them as part of having like a ongoing discussion as part of the agricultural element. So if it is the will of the board not to move forward with the first 8 items today, we can certainly still discuss them at that point when we review the agricultural element, if it is the will of the board. With that, I'll be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
Go ahead,
That's
Supervisor
okay.
Zanger.
Right. All right. Well, thank you, Abraham and Ariel, and all the work that you guys have done here. I appreciate that. So just to be clear, because I hear a lot of concern, obviously, about, well, we should have more discussions about this and whatnot. But if we initiate some of these items, that is the initiation of the discussions and conversations, if I understand correctly, right? I mean, the numbers are not set in stone if we were to move forward with the initiation. Is that right?
That is correct. We would engage the services of an environmental consultant to help us with this process, to make sure that everything's consistent with the California Environmental Quality Act, and we would have those discussions with the public, the Planning Commission, and with the board. This is just for the initiation, correct?
Okay, that's what I just want to be clear, that we were initiating the discussions, because I think that was some of the concern, and I think that clears it up pretty well right there. And I'll just say that these items are here, they're before us because we had a joint meeting with the Planning Commission, and there was, I think, near uniformity with the 5 planning commissioners, the 5 supervisors, that there was support for these items. That's why they're before us today. And so the last thing I want to do is we all show support and then backtrack on it and pull back and say, wait, we don't want to do it. I just think that's inappropriate. I think that's wrong. I understand some supervisors got calls from folks that were concerned about their bottom line, essentially, and I get that plays into things. But this is something that a lot of us talk about. We're always talking about, preventing sprawl development and preserving farmland. And this is a chance to actually do something, to put our money where our mouth is, so to speak. So I really don't think it'd be wise to backtrack, because some folks are concerned about whatever it is, about frankly about the money they can make from building or selling houses. And so what I would do is, I think what would be wisest is to take these items one by one and discuss, like I think Carson mentioned, there's some that are obvious, there's some that are in between, and some maybe that are more controversial. I think we should at least take them one by one and discuss where to go with each one, and if we want to move forward with just the conversation. And we just want to keep that in mind, that we're just talking about it. We're not approving anything, nothing's set in stone. We're trying to move forward with the process so that we're not just dragging our feet on this forever. And so that's all I have generally right now. I guess if we get into specifics, I'll have more comments later.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes, Madam Chair. I agree with everything Supervisor Zanger just said. His point about the fact that we're initiating a conversation should really end the debate. And we either want to be open-minded about preserving farmland and looking at taking a bold approach to preserving farmland, or we want to do what boards have done historically and typically, and local politicians have done historically and typically, which is to backtrack when they are pressured, and to be influenced by a very small minority of residents who have a financial interest involved. So I do want to point out, I understand some folks got calls. I guess it depends on who you are, because I got one call from Carson, and I appreciated the conversation. We had a productive conversation. I will point out almost nobody except for Carson, and Carson was one of the few people who spoke at the Planning Commission meeting that we had. And I would reiterate that every supervisor and every planning commissioner was seemingly on board with the concept of what we're doing. And then I just have to point out, I'm not a big believer in just going by what, if 10 people call me, then I have to go with that. A lot of this stuff is coordinated. We all know that in local politics. And if we made decisions based on coordinated lobbying, we would never get anything done around here. And it's a big reason why we don't tend to get anything done around here. What I will point out, though, is that let's ask ourselves who spoke today. And a lot of them talked about farmers and having concern about farmers. I don't think any farmers spoke today, which I just found very interesting.
Okay, sorry, not from the audience, thank you.
So anyhow, I guess one very pro-development farmer spoke. And then as far as, we're just getting a conversation started. As that conversation happens, that's when we can talk about specifics within the amendment process. And do we want to compromise? Let's say that some of us were on board with the 40, but some of us didn't want that. Is there a number in between that we can compromise on? And that's the place where that is appropriate. If we pull back now, let's be honest, none of this is going to happen. All the steps, all the work that we've gone into, why do we even appoint planning commissioners? All the work that we've done and the planning commissioners have done is going to be lost. And we're not going to, I can guarantee it. If we pull back and say, we're not even going to talk about the 40 acres, we're not going to talk about the 320 acres, it's done. We're not going to do it. And I'm going to predict that right now. And then as far as some of those, I'd be willing to talk about compromise on some of those. I think that's what good government leaders do. They compromise. They don't just give up and throw their arms in the air. And then as far as other things, I agree that the to halt the application process, or to at least talk about what other mechanisms we can do. You talked about the fact that there's this nonconformity issue that really has a pretty simple solution, which is to exempt those properties that you sort of alluded to from these restrictions and still allow those folks to build one unit on their property if they're under the 40 acres. I think that, for instance, makes sense. And so those are the types of things, like, I don't really see any justifiable reason to stop this process right now. We're months into this, and all it is we're approving being open-minded to what we're looking at. And if we're not open-minded to what we're looking at, then we might as well just shut the door on it altogether. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Sotelo?
Sure. So I'm going to disagree with both of the speakers from previously, and it has nothing to do with the multiple phone calls that I got. And so I think that I think we have to look at property rights. I think that we have to be talking to the stakeholders. I don't think that there's been a ton of conversation around it. Yes, we had a joint planning commission and board of supervisors meeting, and am I supportive of preserving our ag lands? 100%. We are being very specific in this initiation of an RFP request. And so what I would like to see us do is pull back and have some conversations with some of the stakeholders. What does this mean? Just because somebody doesn't show up here today doesn't mean that they don't care. And we are coming off of a holiday weekend. There wasn't a lot of advance notice for this, that we were going to be discussing this. So I would really like to see us go back to the table, meet with the different stakeholders. What does this mean? If this is devaluing somebody's property, how is that helpful? How is that helping our farmers and our ranchers be successful in this community? I would like to know, Abraham, do you have any idea, with the comprehensive list that we have here, I think the 15 items, what is the cost going to be for us to do this general plan amendment?
Thank you, Supervisor Sotelo. That is a really good question. I know that there are some major components to this list, and it really just varies on how detailed it can be. But really, I mean, with the preparation of an environmental impact report that may likely be required as well with this change, we can certainly see that it can rise over $1 million, more than likely.
Okay, and so do we have a fund currently that we would be able to pull this over $1 million from, or would we be looking at the general fund to pay for this?
So we do have the grant, the SALT grant, that's going to help us with that as part of it. And then the other part, in anticipation of the Joint Planning Commission Board of Supervisors meeting that we were scheduling, just based on staff's just outlook on what the topics were going to be about, and because it was in June and we were closing up the fiscal, the budget for next year, we certainly thought that if the direction of the board was going to be to do some amendments, that we should definitely plan to budget for some amendments. So yeah, there was some budgeted. I had to look at and get the numbers from Ramon or Kevin from our department, but likely the rest would be more like of the general fund.
And so how does that, I just feel like there's so many unknowns at this point with the budget. I mean, we know we're at a huge deficit right now from the state. I anticipate we're going to have huge budget cuts coming down to the county level. And it seems somewhat irresponsible at this point to commit to doing something of this magnitude and this cost. So I guess without having more information about exactly what the cost is going to be and the funding, I have a hard time with that. How would this affect someone, you've got, your 10 acres family, and maybe you want to put a couple of homes on it for your family, no longer able to do that if this were to go through?
Yeah, the minimum lot size were to increase to say 40, or this, in your particular example, it's 10 acres and
One.
it's increased, then yeah, just
Because I
one
feel like
and
we have a lot of that
you.
in this county, is there's a lot of lots that have multiple family homes on it. And so now, we're essentially taking their property rights away. I am favorable to some of the things on here, but the dezoning is real problematic for me. Is there a way that we can have this SALT grant take a look at some of these, kind of ag elements, and rather than, I feel like we're going into this so specific that I think it's a little bit problematic. Like if our goal is to preserve ag land, then we go into the SALT grant saying the goal is to preserve ag land. How do we do that? And then they come back to us with some recommendations.
Correct.
Is that essentially what the SALT grant is going to do?
That's correct.
I mean, are we kind of jumping ahead of the grant by saying, okay, well, let's look at 10-1, rather than just leaving it and letting them come back to us saying what they recommend, and then we can kind of digest that?
That's correct, Supervisor Sotelo. So if you, based on your comments, if you want to get the stakeholders involved before you make a decision on the initiation, then definitely what we would do, if it's okay with the board, is with that process that was already initiated by this board for the agricultural element through the SALT grant that we received, is we can have those discussions. And so part of what we want to do, if it is okay with the board, we will put together some form of an advisory committee for the agricultural element, and be able to have those discussions with the consultant that we hired, and that we will eventually hire, and have those discussions on the first 8 items. If it is the will of the board not to move forward with the 8 items today, the first 8 items, but have those discussions, and we can have them during that process.
Okay. That's, like I said, I'm okay with some of them. I'm okay with the PQP overlay. I'm okay with the housing element amendments, but I'm having a real hard time with the top 8, or the first 8 that are listed, without more conversation with our ag community. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes. I too received many phone calls, and they just weren't from farmers. There were business owners. There were many people. I received a call from the staff that's from the high school that's here today. And I was hoping that this item would be tabled because I think it's premature. I love what you just said right now, that we can go and talk to our consultant when we hire them and then tell them what we want, not just this to me is a very frustrating topic, in that I feel like it's a hodgepodge of a lot of things all jumbled together, and you're expecting us to make a decision on it. And I was about to say, no, table it. But if we can break it down and look at it separately, the 15 items separately, then I can possibly get a yes today. But we'll see. But I want to go back to the public comments. First of all, I want to make a comment to the supervisor who was disingenuous and rude to the one farmer that did come today. We know Devin Pack's family has been farming here for years. Primarily, he mentioned labor, logistics, water availability, and finance, as we would then kind of constrain them from being able to farm their own land. If we're trying to save, preserve rangeland, if we do something that's going to make it difficult for farmers to farm, what's the point of embracing this? So please don't be disingenuous. Be honest and speak truthfully when you're up here at the dais. We had phone call speakers: Carson Clower, Devin Pack, Bill Lee, Sean Tannenbaugh, Mr. Christina Chavez Wyatt, Bill Lee's attorney, Elias Salinas. I agree with a lot of what was said. Again, as I said, I feel like this is premature. I don't want to table it, but I want to start the conversation, but I want to make sure that we are guiding the conversation, not somebody from the outside, not staff, not somebody who has an agenda. And it sounds like there's 2 individuals on this board that have a personal agenda, and it has to be the community's agenda. It has to be building for the future of the county, and this is not necessarily doing that. I'm concerned about what was said by Jason Noble, and that this is a taking. Anyone knows what a taking is when you devalue a person's property rights and make it where they can't maximize the yield, whatever it is, whether it's housing, farming, or whatever, but you do something, we as a government do something that impedes on their ability, it takes a value of their land away, and we can't do that. That's not legal, all right? If we're going to do a taking,
then the county owes some sort of compensation to those individuals. And I'm not interested in looking at all the various lawsuits that may come our way. I'm concerned with Bill Lee's comment, or his attorney's comment, how staff has asked him to revise his plan. We haven't heard about it. We haven't seen it yet. But it sounds like this might put a wrench in whatever your advice is to have him revise his plans. So are you setting him up for failure? I have to ask that question.
No,
Because I don't know what you have asked him to do. I don't know what he's done. I don't know how his plan has changed. But I have concerns that if we're playing a game like that with the developer, that bothers me.
No, we've just been in communication regarding the tolling agreement that's currently in discussion with the board. So, yeah, other than that, we've been in communication with them and, you know, based on the parameters of that tolling agreement. And, yeah, just that's the gist of that one.
Okay, so while I'll agree with initiating the conversation, to have the conversation, I don't want any outside influences dictating where that conversation is going. I want the Board of Supervisors to be able to do that. And so how we go forward, I want to step lightly. And I want to make sure we go in the right direction that's proper for the county, not for anyone's personal agenda. Okay, so enough on that.
Okay, so just to be clear, the first 8 items, as you stated, are all part of the grant.
Correct. That can be discussed.
And that is like one whole thing all by itself. And I really support initiating those discussions, but I think that needs to be what's funded by the grant and stays focused on the grant. And we have some other issues in here that we're kind of muddying the water, in my opinion, with way too much conversation at the same time. I think we need to break this down into some chunks. And so with that SALT grant, which I am very much supportive of because I agree with some of our speakers wholeheartedly, we need to look at our productive ag land, our ag land that's prime ag land that's not being utilized at this time, and then where and what is happening with the city and their general plan amendments. I feel like we have not had enough conversations with the city and collaborated enough, and the EIR cost, the SALT grant there's an EIR component to that?
There is an EIR component to the amendments that would occur per the SALT grant, but the SALT grant does not cover the EIR. The SALT grant just covers the general plan amendment process, but not the environmental review.
Right, so we're talking about cost of an EIR that is not covered by the grant, but the grant itself can spark a conversation locally and start having those conversations, maybe even workshops to discuss these. So I'm liking the idea of an ag committee for this specific item so that we can really engage with the community and get their feedback, because I will agree, if they're not here, doesn't mean that it's not going to impact them. So the EIR cost really concerns me because that's where the bulk of this cost is. If we start that conversation and get feedback and some recommendations from that committee, we would have more information before we made our decisions on how we could move forward, because I think there's a lack of information of where the public has say and what we're trying to do to preserve ag land. Another issue that I kind of want to separate out because it is a unique and separate issue is the San Benito High School District. The high school district and the PQP, and I'm sorry if I have the acronym wrong, and that conversation with the city, I feel like that whole thing needs to be something that we're addressing without addressing anything else. All these other things are kind of like noise around the room. That is a very specific item. It impacts our residents, it impacts our youth. There's so much, and it impacts the area, and I'm just gonna be honest, the area that you're looking at, it impacts our ag community, and we have to be mindful of that. But it's a conversation, so I like the idea of the layer, but I don't know enough and understand enough at this time to be able to make a decision on it. But I think that needs to be a conversation that's separate from all this grant and everything else. Serious concerns about land values. We are everybody knows it, revenue poor county. And we are never gonna fix the roads. We're never gonna fix our infrastructure. And residential is not the answer. We have to be extremely strategic about what our general plan amendment is going to do, and how we're just spinning our wheels and wasting resources of our residents and our staff if we don't look at all those layers on top of each other. And collaboration with the city is key. They've already put a lot of work into this, and if we just join the conversation, a conversation is free. It doesn't cost any money. And we could unite on what we can agree upon as opposed to what we can not agree upon. And there's plenty up here right now that we don't agree upon. So the revenue impact and the financial impact, that's not part of, is that part of the EIR? If there was an EIR, the actual financial impact of some of these changes in county revenue?
The impact on revenue is not necessarily part of the environmental impact report. It's more of the types of potential significant impacts to the environment.
Right.
Yeah, but
So the reason I called that out is because some people think that the CEQA process also tells you about the financial process. This is a completely different. I think we need to have a conversation with our assessor and our auditor on this and really see what the financial impact is. And we're going into a budget season, and there's no reason that we can't start to look at these things, but I do agree, we're in a statewide deficit right now. So even though we had all good intentions at this Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors meeting, and we all agree we want to preserve ag land, but at what price and how are we going to preserve it without actually hurting our individual rights of property owners? The last thing you mentioned is applications are no longer being accepted. We made that decision at the Joint Planning Commission. Help clarify for me.
Absolutely, we'll clarify. What I'm indicating is that we have about 20 applications right now for just minor subdivisions, and ultimately a decision from the board to increase the ag minimum lot size could affect them. So essentially, we can, if it's the will of the board, the board can direct staff to not process them at this time until we have, go through the whole process, discussions, and, make a decision on the change, or we can continue to proceed with the 20 or so subdivisions, minor subdivisions that we have with our current general plan as is. And what I referred to is that there's precedence on this. When we did the new community study areas initiation of a general plan, the board decided that during the process of the general plan amendment for the new community study areas, there was no applications to be received in any of the new community study areas.
In those areas specifically. Right, that's what I understood. Not countywide.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that I was understanding the information correctly. So my question to the board, and I'm going to bring it back to the board, is there a will right now to go line item by line item on something that we're going to sit up here and waste a lot of our staff's resources, or is there a will to have some recommendations to move forward with some of these things, but in a more cost-effective manner that can keep the conversations going, that can be free, but be very strategic about how we do it, and not kick the can so that it's tabled and we're not talking about it. I don't agree with that. But I also don't agree with what's happening at the city right now. We've got potential development on the outskirts of the city that are not in their sphere that we can't even do anything because we haven't solved our wastewater issue. We're in the middle of a municipal service review at LAFCO. LAFCO executives are going to come back with recommendations of how we can actually fix or collaborate to be more, I don't even want to use a word, just to be more reasonable about the use of wastewater and how services out of service areas. You made a comment about, they're doing an out of service area request right now, potentially for the high school. Well, we know that's not even in their sphere yet. And that becomes a whole nother LAFCO issue. So I think there's so much happening on the table right now. I don't want to say that I'm pumping the brakes because I had a bunch of phone calls, which some of them were supportive of these things. And I went through the list. I support off and on. Some of these I don't really have that much of a problem with, but we have to look at this holistically and not piecemeal it. And I feel like if we piecemeal it, it's going to become a problem. So what's the will of the board?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Kosmicki.
I just want to reiterate that, that we are only initiating a conversation to talk about the details within what's been proposed. So if we're talking about piecemeal again, if we're taking out items, I don't quite understand what the purpose of that is, other than to permanently shelve them altogether. Because again, all we are asking to do here is to initiate a conversation where we can work at compromising on some of the issues that some up here might have or some stakeholders might have. I don't quite understand why we would take them piecemeal one by one unless the intent is to eliminate those items altogether that would be taken out. So I'm in favor of moving ahead on all the items unless there are some. I think we should at least just acknowledge, if we're going to take items out from the initiation of this general plan amendment consideration, we should at least acknowledge that we are intending to eliminate that possibility altogether for those items, because I just do not understand otherwise what the intent would be. I have to remind everyone as well that you only have a certain number of general plan amendments allowed per year. I believe it's four. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we're looking at maybe 2 others already. If you talk about the community study areas and the agricultural element, if we start piecemealing this all together, we are causing some logistical issues as far as addressing really any further amendments down the road, because we're going to run out of general plan amendments that we're allowed to do, and it's only January. And then I just want to clarify again, you know, passive pot shots are inappropriate. I think the chair should be stepping in when they happen, because supervisors are not supposed to be talking to one another in that way. And I just want to say, all 5 of us agreed with these zoning changes, considering these zoning changes at that planning commission meeting. The only thing that has happened between then and now is that there has been lobbying. Okay, all 5 of us agreed. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
When we met and had the joint planning commission meeting, conversation should have been started then. We had, the rest of the year went, the December break happened, the Christmas, New Year's break happened, and we come back and we see this item on the agenda. This is not what we talked about when we had the joint planning commission meeting. This is a totally different animal. And so pot shots, beware, because you've been delivering them to me for 4 years. So I'm gonna start giving it back. Anyways, going back to this is a totally different animal than when we talked about when we had that joint meeting. Not once did any of you send an email say, hey, this might be coming up. We were closed yesterday. Could I pick up the phone and call any of you? No. Granted, I had it 5-6 days, but I was doing other things. However, this is a total surprise. This is not anything that was talked about previously. This is new, this is different. And granted, we started the conversation back with that joint meeting. Well, the conversation stopped, and all of a sudden this animal was devised and put in front of us to vote on it today. So I'm not trying to say I don't want to have that conversation. I'm just saying this is a totally different conversation than we had previously.
Any other, Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, just so I understand. So the plan. So for those that are not interested in initiating the conversation today, we would be delaying it to have conversations about it, so then we can initiate a conversation about it. Is that the idea?
Input. I would hope.
Let's not crosstalk, please.
Sorry.
Let's just let him make your statement.
Well,
right now, what
I thought he was asking a question, so I was just
let me respond, please, Supervisor. What I'm seeing and understanding that we're looking at is initiating more than a conversation. We're initiating an environmental impact and bringing a consultant on, and we're looking at a potential $1 million ticket, am I completely
So
wrong?
I can clarify that.
Please
So,
clarify.
yeah, so with the initiation, right now, essentially, would start the conversation on the different items. What we would do is we would package this into a request for proposal, and then we would send it off to qualified consultants, and then the consultants would provide us with the detailed scope of work, basically indicating that they understand exactly what they're going to work on, and all the different reports that need to be made in order for this process to go. Two, it would be a timeline of when they feel that they're gonna be able to finish them, and three, cost. So that during that process, we would be working on these conversations, these different items. But from what I'm hearing from some of the supervisors is that if you don't want to go that route and you want to have those conversations as part of what the SALT grants was awarded and as part of the agricultural element, then we can certainly do that as well. And the SALT grant essentially would be what would cover those costs when we hire the consultant that's going to help us with the general plan process, and we can discuss all of the different items before you, the first 8 items before you, as just conversations of where we want to be at during that process of the SALT grant for the agricultural element. And we can put together a advisory committee, that can help us with that process, that we can discuss the first 8 items and then bring recommendations to the Planning Commission and to the board. We'll have stakeout meetings. With the SALT grant, we've already been engaged with different, different organizations. San Diego the Ag Trust, we have the Latino Coalition, we've had support for the SALT grant from the Amamusa Tribal Band. So we have different organizations that we've been working with already for this ag element. And so if it is a will of the board, we can go that direction and have those discussions with that advisory committee when we get started with that, and keep the community engaged with that. If you want to move forward in that direction and not with the first 8 items, and then we can look at the others separately, or if you want, I know there's big concerns about the second high school, we can go with the second high school, initiate that, and then have the others be discussed with the SALT grant.
Okay, and this advisory committee, you're talking about a real community advisory committee where we bring, the egg community, we bring in the cattle community, we bring in local stakeholders and businesses, so that this is a collaborative committee. It's not just
Absolutely.
an ad hoc or a, okay.
Yeah, we need to get the engagement of all different sectors of the community, especially the ag community. Yes.
And right now, we have initiated 2 amendments in last calendar year. Is it calendar year for the amendments to the general plan?
I believe it's the actual general plan amendments that take place. So
Because we were talking about the 4.
yes, so the community study areas would be one, and if we do this one would be another one. So the ones that we've initiated so far, the community study areas and the ag element.
And that was initiated last year?
Correct.
So does it go towards the 4 for this year?
We'll have to confirm. I'm not sure if it's in the initiation aspect of it or the actual general plan amendment that takes place. So yeah, Eric's confirmed it's the amendment. So essentially we have not,
So we have 4 for this year that we have not used?
Correct.
Because we used 1 last year. Okay, so with that said.
Madam Chair, I just had before you got with Abraham, I had another a question to
Go right
ask.
ahead, Supervisor
Thank
Zanger.
you. So if this were to get not initiated today, at least the first 8, is there a timeline of maybe, Abraham, you have an idea of when, with these advisory committees, when we might see it again, when we might have that opportunity to initiate the conversation?
Yeah, so the grant requires certain requirements that we fulfill, and that we can start the process of the grant. And so the hope is that by summertime, June frame, we will have the process going with the community. But the hope is that within this next month, work on that request for proposal to have already the proposals from qualified consultants that we can bring before you. If it is the will of the board, we can actually have them before you, so that way they can present themselves to the board and have the board select the consultant.
Is there an expiration date on the grant?
Yes, we have about 2 years to complete the grant. We have to actually get into a grant award agreement between us and the Department of Conservation, and that has to be executed between the months of March and June. In the meantime, as part of that execution of that agreement, we finalized like the scope of budget. We did an initial budget as part of the grant application, and that allocated $500,000. As part of that grant award, we are required to contribute 10% matching funds. So those matching funds, which the board had already approved last March, is $50,000. The matching funds can go towards an EIR. If an EIR is even required, it might only be an addendum that's required as part of this project. We haven't made that determination yet. It's going to be part of the scoping in the RFP, and that work, that as part of the proposals, we are, taking notes of what your guys has said. But again, all of this was preliminary discussion. This is not going to be any policy at this time. All that we're doing at this time is accumulating all of your guys' comments that will be part of when we start our actual scoping process. And I did want to say that as part of the SALT grant and the award, some of the award is going to San Benito County Conservation District. Carmender Brown helped work on the grant, and Lynn Overtree, as part of the San Benito County Land Trust, also worked on the grant. And we have been in collaboration, and we worked with consultants with the Department of Conservation to form the grant. And again, it's just we've already initiated the process to begin this, and we are going to have comprehensive community outreach, community public, either a public advisory committee or a stakeholder committee where we work. I actively do listen in to the San Benito Working Lands Group, which has over 500 participants and their land ag. And so we would be engaging in all of those different stakeholder groups to formulate what is right for the county. We're not saying that what was in those 8 items is what is right. It's just the conversations that were had. We're documenting conversations that were had between the commission and the board.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there a will of the board right now, or any additional discussion that you'd like to have?
Madam Chair, I would make a motion that we move forward on the initiation of the general plan amendment with the goal of discussing further these elements within, such as the zoning and others.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Nay.
No.
Okay, that's a 2-3 with Supervisor Curro, Sotelo, and Gonzalez against. I have a recommendation, but I'm kind of waiting to hear from others. I don't know if you want me to.
I would prefer for you to state your suggestion, because I really thought this item was going to be tabled. It wasn't, it isn't, so let's hear your thoughts.
My thoughts are, tabling it could be a consideration, but I don't think tabling gives staff guidance. And so, I think that creating a committee for the 1 through 8 should be the recommendation of the board, and that we're not approving anything. We're just letting the grant go through its process. We're engaging and ensuring that we're engaging with everyone. Then items number 9, or let's just take the ones that are easy, 13 through 15. Is that right? Is it 13 through 15? Or is it, no, it's 14 and 15 are dealing with mobility partnership, the extension, the 152.
Correct.
That conversation after being on mobility partnership is way too premature.
That's what
I
we thought,
agree.
too.
I agree with you. And it's where they're going. They don't even know where they're going, and we're asking the questions, and they can't give us any answers. And I'm like, you guys are making decisions that are impacting our county, and you're not even sure what you're going to do. So I don't feel that those should be discussed until tabled. Is that the correct term? Until a future date. The San Benito High School item, I think we need to have conversations with the general plan amendments of the city, and I would almost recommend that we have some sort of is there, I'm trying to think which committee, or it could be, because it's dealing with wastewater too, the governance committee is water and wastewater collaboration between the cities and the county. Is that an area that you would feel, oh, I can't talk to you, I'm sorry. My recommendation would be that we actually kind of defer that conversation to the governance, because that would give us some, because we're in the middle of a municipal service review, and they're in the middle of their general plan amendments. When it comes to item number 9 and 10, I have real concerns with that, and is there a way we could get a fiscal impact on the different options and bring that back as a conversation for the board to have with some actual numbers? This is where I'm at, and I think I covered all 15. Is there a will of the board?
I would second that motion if there was clarity in it, because there was some conversation going on.
I'm
too.
sorry,
No, that's
because it
okay.
wasn't a motion. This was
Right.
just me having a conversation. So I'm not making the motion. I'm saying these are my thoughts of how the motion could be made, but I'm open to suggestions.
Yeah, so it wasn't succinct enough for me to
Okay,
create
so-
that for you.
Can I just ask for a clarification? What about item number 12, amend the housing element in the 2035 San Benito County General Plan?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I missed that one. I don't have a recommendation on that one.
And that can be a separate item. We can come back to you on that one separately, or if you want us to start, reviewing the potential for that growth management ordinance, we can come back. You can move forward with it, and we can come back essentially with the proposal to indicate what would it entail, what it would cover. Essentially, what it would do is we need to tie it to some sort of mechanism, like, for example, some jurisdictions tie it into their regional housing needs allocation. In our case, it's 754 units within the next 8 years. If we divide that by 8, then it would be 94.25, 95 units per year that we can potentially consider. Sometimes jurisdictions tie it to economic development. I've heard in the past that a 2.5% growth rate per year is what businesses need to be able to prosper existing businesses and to be able to attract new businesses. So we can come back with you, providing all the different items or other different considerations. I know that this board is really into affordable housing, multifamily housing, special needs housing. So if we're looking into potentially preparing a growth management ordinance, we can potentially exempt affordable housing, special needs housing, senior housing from that growth management ordinance. So these are all options that can come back before.
Okay, and I'm going to clarify, because I apologize when I was trying to pull a committee out of my head and I couldn't get the planning commission thought out of my mind or into my mind. So I guess my motion would be that 1 through 8 are moved to an advisory committee, and that it's engaged with all stakeholders to start the conversation so the grant moves forward. Item number 9, 10.
Hold on, can we do those 1 through 8 first and do them before you go?
I'm not going to go through them all. I'm moving them to an advisory committee. That's my
1 through
recommendation.
8, right?
1 through 8.
1 through 8? Okay, I will second that portion of your motion. If you want to continue, then you could, we'll do
Okay,
a friendly
so
amendment.
my continued motion would be, and is this, David, I'm sorry, council, I want to make sure it's okay to do this back and forth with a first and a second, or should we just continue that first motion? Mike, sorry.
So you had a partial motion, which is seconded, or
Mhm.
The 1 through 8.
Yes, I think you should resolve that motion before you
Okay,
do
so,
another one.
so let's just chop it into sets.
Yes.
All in favor on the motion to, that's on the table right now?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against?
No.
No.
No. So that's a 3-2 with Kosmicki and Zanger against. Okay, so now that leaves us with item 9 and 10 and I'm missing the one, 12. I am recommending that go back to the Planning Commission for further discussion and recommendations that are more inclusive with the community involvement. Is there a second?
I will second that as well.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Against?
No.
No.
No. 3-2, and that's Zanger and Kosmicki against. Okay, so then that brings us down to items, is it 13, 14, and 15? I'm sorry, my notes are a little scratchy. 13, 14, and 15, those are all, what was 13? Can I clarify, what's 13?
13 is the Planning Commission recommendation to evaluate the circulation plan. The diagram essentially look at the different roads, current local roads, collectors, arterials, to see if there is a potential of maybe making some of those changes from local to collector, or from collector to arterial.
And do we have a cost estimate on what that would be?
No, if your initiation would essentially allow us to get a proposal to provide you with those
I'd
costs.
like to, is the correct term, table that until we get more information on these other items, unless there's a will from the board on that item.
Just 13 only.
13 only. And seeing that there's no will from the board, I make a motion that be tabled. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
No.
3-2, Zanger and Kosmicki. Okay, so then items number 14 and 15, those are premature, and do we need a motion for this because it's premature for that conversation, or
Yeah.
can that conversation just die right now?
Yeah, you could just indicate that you would eliminate those.
Do we
at
need a
this
vote
time.
on that? No, okay, I'm getting counsel saying, no, we don't need a vote on that. So that remaining item is the high school. Best for last. Is there, I think that conversation needs to go deeper and have the cities involved, and it's not just Planning Commission. So I would really recommend that go to the Governance Committee. If you don't know what the Governance Committee it is, it's actually managed by the San Benito Water District, and it's a collaboration of the cities and the county talking about wastewater, but also it can help us negotiate things that are happening in the community. Is there any legal issue, David, council, with assigning it to that committee based on the PQP conversation? Okay. That's my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that one as well.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
No.
Okay, so that's 3-2 with Zanger and Kosmicki against. So, did I cover all 15 items?
Yes, you did.
Okay,
that's covered.
so with that said, this item is ended. I appreciate everybody's comments. It is 12:30. Do we have closed session, council, that they're waiting for us? Is that a?
You do have one outside council meeting.
Okay, so I want to make a motion to adjourn for closed session, thank you. And we'll be back at an estimated time, 1:30, 1 hour.
1 hour that we need to be, and you need a
And
public
is
comment.
there any public comment for closed session items? Thank you for the audience waiving public comment. Thank you.
So if you'd like to make a comment for closed session in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, Elias Salinas.
Thank you. So I would like for you all to discuss.
If you have conversation, can you please take it outside? We're still in session right now. Thank you.
In in closed session. So we know that or maybe you don't know. Anyway, Hazel Hawkins Hospital is currently going through getting an appraisal, which has not been received yet. So how can your committee have access to Hazel Hawkins Hospital status and its assets without having the appraisal coming forth as a public information for you to go through. And my other question is, there are bonds, and currently there is a letter of intent from a company from the East Coast somewhere, or the Midwest, that they have made an offer to purchase the hospital's assets, including the property, all the equipment, but they do not want to take on the responsibility of the liabilities. And my important part is, what happens to the bonds? No one has been able to answer the question, should this entity succeed in purchasing the hospital? It's going to have to go through, voters and all that stuff. If the bonds are not included by a purchaser, then obviously I'm going to be out there, and so will other people be out there, going against any measure for the hospital to get transferred to this entity. So if we can get some kind of an answer as to what happens to the bonds. The bonds are very important. Those are those we are paying for those, and we still have some time to go. So somehow, I don't know why no one has been able to answer that question, and I think it's really important for the community to know the answer. Thank you.
Thank you for the public comment. Any additional comments?
I have no other public comment.
Okay, so we will go into recess for closed session. Thank you. Report out again, so it's recorded. Yeah. So we're going to have to pause and do a rewind. Okay, so now we're ready. Okay, we're back from closed session. Council, can you please do a report out? I will. With a mic?
This isn't the first jurisdiction where I had this problem, but anyway. Anyway, we had 4.1 with a closed session with conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. Information was given, but no reportable action was taken. You also had a closed session 4.2 with labor negotiations, all units. Direction was given to staff. And you had a 4.3 conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. In that matter, information was received and you gave direction to staff.
Great, thank you so much. And now we're moving on to 3.2. Selena, take it away.
I'd like to introduce our recycling coordinator, Monica Abonce, who's going to be introducing this item. But before I hand it off to Monica, I want to express that we're very proud of this program and our local business community. In 2018, we had 0 certified California green businesses in San Benito County, and I'm proud to say that we now have over 50 certified green businesses. These are local businesses who are going above and beyond and actively contributing to a more sustainable San Benito County. And we look forward to hearing your feedback and recommendations on how we can implement this program and certification process to our county facilities in 2024.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and CAO Espinoza. Like Selena said, I'm Monica Abonce, and I'm the Recycling Coordinator for Integrated Waste Management. Before I start, I'd like to thank you guys for your ongoing support for this program. It wouldn't be possible without it. Today, I'm happy to introduce the Green Business presentation. We, alongside our consultants and program partners, have been diligently working to keep our local green business program thriving. The California Green Business Network is statewide, but programs are often locally run by cities or counties. Here in San Benito County, we have been very successful with building our green business community and continue to certify new businesses. Our goal for this new year is to focus on certifying our local county and city departments in hopes of fostering a sustainable mindset in the workplace and eventually our entire community at large. Today, Jackie Castorena with Environmental Innovations will further explain the benefits of becoming a green business and will also briefly speak on our local accomplishments and milestones.
I can just change it on here. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Castorena Davila, and I'm the Programs Manager for the Monterey Bay Area Green Business Programs. And along with our partners at Integrated Waste Management, we help run the San Benito County Green Business Program. Let's see. So just a little background on the California Green Business Network, or CAGBN, as I'll mention later on. We are made up of 50 individual programs that are funded by cities or counties. We have over 4,500 businesses certified throughout the state, and these partnerships are actually involve other organizations that want to team up and help businesses meet local and state climate action goals. For the San Benito County Green Business Program, I'm proud to share that we actually have 50 certified green businesses, with more coming just this month, some tomorrow at our Green Business Mixer. Let's see. Okay, so what do we do? As coordinators, we provide technical assistance to the small and local businesses that want to implement sustainable practices in their business that helps them save money while helping the environment. Let's see, we have an easy-to-use framework. We help recognize and promote these businesses, as well as provide a local green marketplace for consumers and employers alike. As I mentioned, we collaborate with other organizations like our partners at Recology, who help us give even more services to the businesses. So Recology themselves are able to provide waste audits, waste trainings, and sometimes even free receptacles to make sure that the infrastructure is there for them to follow. We have other organizations that also help with additional funds, and we're always connecting businesses to other programs that can help them financially support other sustainability projects. let's see. So as I previously mentioned, we have 50 certified businesses. This is the background of those 50 businesses. We have 25 in Hollister, 20 in San Juan Bautista, and 5 are in unincorporated San Benito County. By the way, this is an award-winning green business program. We're very proud of our achievements, as Selena mentioned. So these are some of the environmental outcomes that come from a business getting certified. When we look at one individual business, it may not seem like the impacts are, big, but when we look at our entire green business community over an extended period of time, we can see impacts like these. So as you can tell from the numbers, we have businesses saving over 37,000 pounds of CO2, which is equivalent to planting 58 acres of urban trees. I won't read the others, but you are free to look at them here and you'll have access to them later on. But these are truly impactful environmental outcomes that come from working as a team and as a community. Sorry. Let's see. So what makes a business a green business? So with our expert support, we help businesses save water, save energy, save waste, greenhouse gas emissions, all while reducing pollution and the expenses that come from owning a business. As you can see here, we dive into different areas of the business and we make sure that the businesses actually understand how sustainability applies to the different areas of a business before actually making the recommended changes. It's always important to focus on the education, because if we don't, then that message gets lost. And we need to make sure that that stays if we want to drive change within the community. Let's see. So what are some of the benefits? We have 3 different tiers for our certification. The first is entry level, that comes from the technical assistance and having networking events where they can meet other local certified green businesses. For certification level, which is the full certification, they include the same benefits as our entry level. That is a shortened version of the full certification. But additionally, businesses are added to our online directory where customers can look for a specific sector or business that they want to support. They also get additional social media tools, promotions, recognition, on top of being recognized in our regional newsletter. For innovator level, that is our highest certification level, and that is to recognize the businesses that go above and beyond in promoting the well-being of their employees. With this certification comes statewide recognition. So on top of all of the other benefits, these businesses are seen as partners and are added to our network website along with being added to our statewide newsletter. So here are some of the business highlights. So we're currently working with 9 Spanish-speaking businesses after struggling a little bit to connect with the community. And this is all helping us work towards our equity goals to make sure that our program reflects the makeup of the county. We have businesses receiving financial assistance to help move along projects. For example, we have Ms. Chow at the county clerk's office, who became an environmental leader who sought to understand and learn all sustainability practices in detail and made sure that the employees that were working under her were well trained to make sure that everything that she went through, they also applied throughout the business. This included finding new projects to implement within the office, including replacing an old refrigerator with a more energy efficient model that received or was bought with our rebates. We also have Attitudes and Images Salon that worked with another certified green business, Watt Electric, to make some lighting retrofits and updates. This business actually won a free promotional video and photo shoot from the Cagbin state challenge. And then we have Technova, who made a video to promote themselves as a green business. They actually also worked with Recology to make a waste training video that all businesses are going to use as a form of training. So up next, we actually have that video. I'm not sure if I should play it or, oh no. Okay. Okay. Oh, No? Okay. Maybe we don't have that video, but we can make it available for you. We have many, oh gosh. What? Sorry. We actually have a lot of great videos that we can share with you. If you are interested in seeing these videos and just what these businesses actually went through, their experience with the program, and of course, like the benefit of having this video be proportionally shared, whether it's at our regional meetings or the previous Attitudes and Images Salon, which was a statewide win. Okay, so I gave somewhat of a lot of information on the program. So I bring this back here because Selena mentioned that one of our goals for 2024 is to get more county facilities and departments certified. So as you can see here in this image, this is a list of our entry-level measures, which is a great place to start. So we would love to hear what suggestions you have on how we can bring this to the other departments, and if there's anything specific, any connections that you can help us make. But yeah, if you have any suggestions or questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Can we open it up to public comment, please?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I do have one in chambers. Sean?
Hello, supervisors. Good afternoon. Congratulations, chair, co-chair. I've been here for 20 years, right? And I was thinking the first time I came here, there was one woman on the supervisor. So congratulations. It's a good thing. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of echo what Jackie was saying. A lot of the times, we may not save a lot of water, like at an office building that just has a sink and a toilet, something like that. But, we put in signage, and I just think it's so critical as we move into the future here. Our population continues. We have climate change, things like that. To use water as efficiently as possible. So we can save a gallon on one side of town, a gallon on the other. It adds up collectively to quite a bit of water and other resources that we don't use. But I just think it's imperative that, especially the county as a leader in the community, is like putting their best face forward. And as Jackie was saying, education is so important, and they see our leaders doing these type of things that they may follow suit. I know in my experience, as far as getting people to change their habits, there's either education, incentives, or legislation. And we've seen that in the 20 years I've been here. We've increased our population about 15 to 20,000 people since I've been here, and our water use has gone flat. We haven't increased it. It's kind of flatline. We haven't used any more water, even though we've increased our population. And that's because water conservation. Our programs, the new building requirements, the green business codes, which is legislation as far as low-flow toilets and fixtures and things like that. The landscapes, where you have smaller lots with water-resistant or water drought-tolerant gardens in there. That's helped out. And then our incentives, our rebates and stuff for water-efficient fixtures, and of course, education. We start young. We like to get into about the 4th or 5th grade for my agency, because that's when they start studying the earth sciences and get into the water cycle and all that, so they have something to relate it to. So that's really good. And then we also like to take people out and show them how the water treatment plant works, the wastewater plant works. And we work in conjunction with Gavilan School as well, because they have a water resources course to take a lot of young people in our area that may not have the wherewithal to go to a 4-year university, and they can study right at Gavilan, get ready for the state test, and get right out of school making 25 to 30 bucks an hour with all the benefits that go with that. And if you think about it, all across the United States and elsewhere, there's a water treatment plant and a wastewater plant in every town. So, water's going to be with us through recessions and great economies and whatnot. So it's a great profession to be in, and we try to explore that with the kids as well. But I just wanted to put my 2 cents in, because this program has really opened the door for me personally to get into a lot of businesses I probably normally wouldn't have been able to get into, because they might have a sink or not a lot of water fixtures, but then we're able to put signage in and train their employees like how to use water efficiently. So it's been a really great program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Any additional comments?
I have no other public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any questions or comments for staff?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Kozmicki?
thanks. Yeah, I'll just say you guys do a great job on this program, and 20 out of 50 of the businesses in San Juan, I just want to say that's very impressive. For District 2 in San Juan Bautista, so thank you for your work.
Supervisor Sotelo?
I'm just curious, do we have any innovator levels here in San Benito County? Sorry.
Okay. I don't believe so. I think for innovative businesses, they usually are like larger businesses who can
Okay.
kind of have more resources to make the larger differences. So unfortunately, we don't have any at this moment.
But the 50 that we have are all at the certified level.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, fantastic. I mean, I guess I would just love to see some sort of a challenge where all of our county departments could maybe start going down this path. And, you know, how wonderful would it be if we could say San Benito County, all of the departments were green. So, you know, I think this is fantastic, and I appreciate what you guys are doing. And I would love to see us doing something, you know, surrounding being paperless, but that's just me.
Thank you. Any comments? No comments? Oh, Supervisor Gonzalez?
I just want to say thank you. I've been at a few of your events that you've had, you know, over the years, and I just appreciate it. And the way you make everyone feel included, it's awesome. But it would be awesome to get more than just one department. And so I think we put that challenge out there when you had the event at the Vets Memorial Building. So let's just echo it here from the Board of Supervisor level. So tagging on what Supervisor Sotelo said, yes, I encourage all departments to look into the green program, the green business program, and see how many can meet the level that the elections department did, because we love to see it. And I see Joe Paul, auditor's office, hint, hint. County council in the office, hint, hint. CAO, admin, hint, hint. And I hear about cutting down trees over the Christmas break. God, you don't know how many boxes of papers I had to move. And so I was going to come in and announce during during the supervisor announcement, do not make any more hard copies for Supervisor Gonzalez, okay?
Yeah.
So I'll be the example from the Board of Supervisors. No more hard copy. I don't want to waste paper. Thank you. It's just the old habit that I have, and I can let it go. It's a new year. I'll let it go.
New Year's resolution. Thank you so much, Supervisor. I want to just say thank you for everything that you do. You guys have really brought a spark to being, you know, environmentally friendly into our community, and you can see it. Your events, like Supervisor Gonzalez said, your downtown event was fantastic. My husband was just blown away that he goes, "We're all doing this for garbage?" And I went, "Yep. That's what it's for." I am all supportive about doing some sort of a, you know, challenge with the departments. And if you'd like, you know, me to attend any meetings or anything that you'd like to have a little, to show the board's support, I really don't mind attending, because it does mean a lot. And I do see the future of this county, especially after having the fire occur, that we need to really be looking at our backup and paperless models. Go right ahead, Supervisor.
Just a comment based on what Supervisor Sotelo said. I could also go without the 1,000-page EIRs printed out. I don't think we need those.
I'm gonna
going forward.
Agree with that. I don't need the EIRs printed out. And they're way too much fun to read. Yeah. So okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
I do apologize. I forgot to bring up Ms. Chow. She wanted to share a few words about her experience, if that's possible.
I don't mind, Ms. Chow. Come on up and make your comments. And just full disclosure, Ms. Chow was in my department when I worked for the county, so I have a little soft spot for her.
Thank you. Well, I wasn't saying good morning, but now it went up to afternoon. I'm really excited to be here, as you guys all touch the base on the green business. As you know, our department was the first department to become green. And it was a lot of hard work. As you can see, we have so much that we have to go through. But being part with the green business, they have the support, and also the IMW, like Selena and her team, guide me through. So I couldn't have done this without them. And they make it more easier than you think. Because when you look at that, it's kind of like you're so overwhelmed. And it's like, when I saw that, I don't think I can do this. And then so I just sit back, and then they guide me through, and then we did it. But in the end, I thought I was going to be able to take my certificate with me, with the building, but I guess it didn't work that way. So now we have to start over again. It's a new challenge. That's okay. I want to take this challenge, and I'm working on the new building to become green. But so with your help and support, I'm hoping that, like you all say, I want the San Benito County, we can do one department at a time, that we won't have to be so overwhelmed, and I can help them get there once I get my certificate.
Thank
But
you
I have
so
to go
much.
first.
Thank
Just
you.
kidding. So that's my, thank you again.
And sorry to hear that you have to go through this all over again. But it's a nicer, newer building. So.
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 3.3. County Council is going to present and discuss purchasing and contract policy manual changes. So Barbara Thompson is going to present.
Thank you. Oh, you got it all loaded. Thank you. Just push the down button. Okay. Today I'm presenting the draft purchasing policy with additional updates. The goal is to streamline the purchasing process while keeping the necessary safeguards. Today the board will just be reviewing the proposed changes and providing direction. The board can proceed providing direction on a case-by-case basis and issue-by-issue basis, or just provide direction on the issues that they specifically would like. Okay, the first issue, which was would to be increase the limits of delegated authority. Currently, the CAO, which serves as the purchasing agent, has a $50,000 authority. The new proposal has that increasing up to 75,000. The amount that can be increased pursuant to law goes up to 84,000. It's indexed in the statute by a COLA that's adjusted every year. Assistant purchasing agents currently have 10,000. It was recommended to increase that to 20,000. At department head meetings, department heads had requested to go up to 25,000, but in the draft proposal, we kept that at 20,000. We also indicated that these amounts should be adjusted annually by the annual CPI. Now, the county is also undergoing some changes in its purchasing process by implementing the OpenGov system, and once that's available, which is estimated to be March, we'll be able to have contracts searchable by name and also department. And we're also looking at a way to have additional information attached to that contract, such as solicitation process. And so if the board would like to postpone this issue specifically until after that process is implemented, the board can direct this part to come back at a later time, in addition to one thing that we'll talk later about. Another issue would be to have a greater use of purchase orders. Purchase orders is different from a standard written contract, but it serves as a binding contract with the county. The auditor's office has worked to get standard terms and conditions attached to the purchase order. So basically, when we issue a purchase order and the vendor acts in reliance of that purchase order, it serves as a contract between the county and the vendor. So this new policy has two issues to deal with the purchase orders. First of all, it allows the purchase of goods and supplies through purchase order in certain cases instead of by a full written contract, which is supposed to speed up the process for those tiny contracts, relatively tiny contracts that usually will not have any sort of dispute regarding ones that are like relatively safe and uncomplicated, where you're just purchasing certain services or supplies. And what we've delegated that would be allowing purchase of goods up to 50,000 and purchases of services up to 10,000 by purchase order. So there's a relatively small items, and that means that you wouldn't have to do a full written contract in that instance unless it was a complicated issue where you need to have a full written contract to get to delegate out
for example, services that need to be delivered. The second part would be to have purchase orders implemented more consistently for all purchases, even when there's contracts involved, because that encumbers the money in the ERP system, and the ERP system will then be able to generate reports to show what's been encumbered. If you just do a contract, it's not encumbering the money the same way that it would be with the purchase order. Currently, we have an exception for $250 so that there would not need to be a purchase order for very, very small amounts. We're still working on that language to perhaps make it a little bit more specific that it's under $250 in certain instances, such as when you're purchasing it from a website where the item and the price is already described, or the item is set forth in full, so there's no possible issue of misunderstanding what's being purchased. The change in the solicitation guidelines, which, let me go down. For goods, is set forth the change in the solicitation guidelines. In general, it requires more quotations at a lower level, and it requires notice on the county's website. So it's provides more clarity on what needs to be solicited. In the same way for the solicitation guidelines for services. Additional changes would be delegation to Public Works to enter into Public Works contracts. This is another one that the board could defer if it wanted to defer it until a later point in time. The next issue, which was item number 6, would be the local bidder's preference. It's very rare in the state of California to have local bidders' preferences up to 10%. Some counties and cities don't give a price discount to local vendors at all. Instead, they allow local vendors to match, to rebid and match, to rebid if necessary, if they're within a certain percentage. But most local preferences are 5% or less, and some cap that local vendor's preference at a certain dollar amount. Some counties, for example, say 5% or less, up to $5,000. And the reason for that is when you look and see what the local vendor's preference, if you have a $100,000 purchase and you're giving a 10% local preference, that equals $10,000 or $5,000 for 5%. So it adds up to a significant amount of money. So currently we have drafted with 5% up to 100,000, 2.5% up to 500,000, 2% above 500,000, and then 0% above $1 million. The next one that the board could also defer if it chose to with the CAO authority for amendments to board approved contracts of $20,000. Currently it's at $10,000. Then there's incorporation of some of the issues that was previously presented to the board in January of 2023. The kitchen appliances, the logo wear. Currently, the logo wear indicates that the amount would be as budgeted by the Board of Supervisors year to year, up to a maximum of $150 per employee. So if the board decides that it doesn't want to budget that amount in the future year, we've discussed with the auditor's office, and it still has to be implemented in the CEO's office, implementing like a line item for that. Purchase of food and drinks, that was also discussed. During Board of Supervisors meeting, working meetings of the staff, there's going to be certain expenditures that require CAO approval or his or her designee, just to make sure that it's that everything is not used too extravagantly. And there's a line item for hospitality also, which would be budgeted on a year-to-year basis. And that would be for like coffee and water for like guests of the department. Public Works has disposal of surplus property. There's an item for promotional and memento items at section 11 at page 32, which generally requires Board of Supervisors approval or CAO and auditor's approval, and that also incorporates items for employee recognition. There's a new policy, and this one's pretty key on for late invoices. It indicates that invoices are supposed to be paid within 10 days of receipt. And currently, there are some instances where invoices aren't getting paid within that time period. So what we're saying, or asking that the board to approve a policy that the departments pay those invoices within 10 days. And and that's a two-part process. We're working with the auditor's office first and with the CAO's office, and we're gonna probably bring it to the next department head meeting, is to create a system that will allow us to have checks and balances and tracking of invoices to make sure invoices don't get misplaced or delayed in payment. And the second part of that would be to check the aging reports on the invoices that have been entered, that are sitting in the system that aren't getting approved in a timely fashion. And the auditor's office has indicated that they're willing to do a report of those aging invoices if they're in the system for more than 10 days without getting approved. Let's see. Grant applications would be submitted to the CAO before submittal. If the board wants all grant applications to come to the board beforehand, then please indicate and I can change it. There's a section about county credit. No departments can open credit in the county's name without the Board of Supervisors approval. Also, there's a checks and balances, so that a person that's making a charge on a county credit card needs to have that charge approved by a different individual. Then we just clarified what constitutes a splitting of contract. Departments are supposed to verify the good standing of the business. It has a section about allowing purchases of used equipment. There's a kind of clarification about retroactive and expired contracts. And what's not included is RFPs to be reviewed before the Board of Supervisors before it's issued. If the board wants the RFPs to come to the board, then that's another section that you could ask to be added. It also clarifies existing policies regarding purchases that can be made without Board of Supervisors approval if it's specifically indicated in the fixed asset aspect of the line item of the budget. And it reaffirms that MOUs with external parties must be approved by the Board of Supervisors. That already exists. There's additional requests that have been submitted by different departments. One's the California Certified Green Business Preference. So if the board is interested in that, just indicate that, and I'll look for some other policies and come back working with integrated waste with a recommendation percentage for the board to consider, and we'll just put that as a separate agenda item for the board. There was a request to increase the written sole source justification up to $20,000. I think that actually the justification, even though it's more timely, the departments, as part of their clerical and following the purchasing policy, will actually have to have that justification even at a lower amount to show compliance with the purchasing policy. And there's additional requests that were set forth in the board's memo, such as having the awards presentations to be department awards, allowing departments to choose their departmental award systems instead of having it come through HR or the board. And we've kept it at a higher level so there's consistencies between departments. So that's a general overview. I know that there's a lot there that's presented. So I'll just open it up to any questions. If the board would like to provide direction, I'd like to bring back as many changes that the board is comfortable with, and then we can split this into two parts if the board would prefer, because there are good procedures here that are trying to streamline the purchasing process and try to make it easier for departments while also having the same accountability or greater accountability.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Let's open it up to public comment, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. We have Ms. Salinas.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So this is great to see, and there were some great points. I have to use my glasses to read my own notes. I had a question. What is the mechanism of auditing the 250 without contracts? And I kind of was trying to associate it, and I didn't realize it's also you have a credit card approval, and now you're going to have an additional. What would be the mechanism specifically with those two so it doesn't get lackadaisical? And without saying what I'm trying to say is how do you audit? Let's just say there are $250 today, tomorrow, next week they did 6 in one day, but it's only 6. What's the mechanism to make sure, what is really happening? The same thing with credit card. The approval by another person, I totally get that, but again, don't worry about it, you know, I okayed it, and you get to that point where, you know, they come to you, say it's the beginning of the week, the beginning of the month, or at the end of the month, however it is, and you're needing to make these purchases with a credit card, and you just kind of go, oh, I trust you, don't worry about it. So I know that Barbara's working on it, but what is the mechanism to audit yourselves when these things are happening within those departments? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
I have no other public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Who would like to start? Supervisor Gonzalez?
I'd like to address the concern that Elia raised about the $250 limit. What is the mechanism? We all know we had a shortage of auditing one incidents last year, but I would like to know what is that mechanism and how are we going to do that? Additionally, as I'm looking through your suggestions, where you have the dollar figure, 2 informal or written quotes, 3 oral or informal written quotes, 3 oral or informal written quotes. I'm just going down your list. Why do we have the or in there? Why can't we just have a quote of some sort that's tangent, whether it's hard copy, whether it's hard copy or email? But I'm concerned about the informal or oral quotes there where you have the choice.
Well, I can speak from personal experience. When I call title companies, I get for example, I've called title companies and got the price over the phone. So not everybody does written quotes. So like if you're doing a low item vendor, like a low amount vendor, then you can just call 3 people and really you should be noting, I called this company, this company, this company, and marked down that to show what you've done, but they're not submitting necessarily a written email with the quotes.
What would be the oversight?
Well, I'll just, if I may, Madam Chair, and I'll just say from a requisition point of view, all staff are required to draft in a requisition what those quotes are, telephone numbers, contacts, and the amount that is actually being quoted. So go ahead.
Yeah, above a certain dollar amount.
Above a certain dollar figure.
Yeah, above the $10,000, it's very formal. You have to put it on the requisition form. Right now, the checks and balances are at the signatory stage. The person that the department head, if it's under $10,000, then it's at the department head stage to verify the individual that's presenting that to them, that they've complied with the purchasing policy.
Any additional questions? concerns?
Good afternoon, Chair.
Sorry.
Board
Hello
of
there.
Supervisors. Joe Paul Gonzalez, County Auditor Controller. I just want to address the first part of the question that Supervisor Gonzalez asked concerning the $250. How are those purchases audited? We audit every single transaction in the auditor's office.
And that was my understanding, that everything got audited, yes, yes.
Excuse us. Yeah, so it really doesn't matter what the level of the payment is. We must have some sort of substantiation for that payment. Either it's the invoice, it is a contract, but we have to have something to be able to say, hey, this was purchased by the county.
Well, I mean no disrespect, but I just know that we had an incident that fell through the cracks and this didn't apply to. And so I just want to make sure that never happens again.
For those, you're speaking of something that even those transactions were audited. Every single transaction was audited.
That's what concerns me about having leeway in any of this new purchasing, contracting amendments that we're doing. That's why. So I just would really like to tighten up the reins and never let that happen again. But that's okay. Thank you. And I understand. I understand we're all trying to do better next time. I do have some concerns about raising the CSO purchasing dollar limit to 75,000, because at 50,000, we don't even know what the 50,000 is purchasing for us as a county until after the fact. And so I'm not interested in allowing it to go up to 75K. I do know we're working on communications, and I thank you for that, CAO, but I'm concerned about increasing the fee to, or your dollar limit to 75,000. And then likewise, second to the last page, the CAO authority for amendments for the board to approve contracts up to 20,000, currently 10,000. I would like to maintain it and leave it at 10,000, or have a deferred conversation with that, because you gave us a choice to defer that. Yeah.
Yes, I think that if the board would be agreeable, I'd like to bring that back after we implement the OpenGov system.
And so that we're referring to item number 1A and 1B, is that correct? Just so that we're really clear, I'm on the summary of
1A,
changes.
1B, 1C, and also the ones that talk about the increasing the authority for the CAO's authority as well.
Okay, so all your,
I think it's number 7, yes,
okay.
and maybe number 5, let's see. Number 5 as well.
Any additional questions or concerns, Supervisor Gonzalez?
No, that's it.
Supervisor
Madam-
Kozmicki, would you like, oh, go
Madam
ahead,
Chair, if I
CAO
may.
Espinoza?
I just want to respond. So with regards to the logic with this, as you are aware, and I think especially for the new board members, as you've been more and more involved with activities and what we're doing, it takes a long time to create a staff report, to go through the process. And there's been obviously concerns. I was just talking about Joe Paul earlier and Barbara about the process. It could take months. It could take 4 months or so to bring something to the board, and then it can take another 3-4 months or so, even beyond that, to process the work that's going to get done and then make the payment. It can be a long time. And a big part of that is just the amount of work that departments have to go through, that we're looking at ways to streamline services and be more agile. And ultimately, that's what's driving, increasing the authority, because as you're all aware, costs have increased dramatically. I think for a lot of you, you've seen our ARPA budget, and we took a picture of that some time back, and now we're here to actually execute the actual projects, and now those numbers are higher. So cost has increased, and we're just looking at ways to streamline. So I just want to give the board a little background on the logic behind it, and why it's on this proposal here with your board. So that was it.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So the 50,000 to 75,000, I have no problem with that, especially when I looked at this. This was from 2004, and you included the CPI. It's kind of absurd that it hasn't gone up, considering inflation since that point. I am a stickler for, as Ray knows, I'm a stickler for these sorts of policies and making sure that they're as responsible as possible. So I'm fine with the 75. That said, I'm not. I'd like to leave the department head at the threshold at $10,000. I just don't see any reason why the CAO, if needed, can't provide that authority. He is answerable to us. They are not answerable to us necessarily. So I would rather keep that one where it's at, especially in light of what Supervisor Gonzalez alluded to. We're talking about the library here. There's multiple media stories about it, so we don't really have to beat around the bush that much anymore, what happened there, and we're trying to fix that. Yeah, so stay at 10,000 for me on the department heads. As far as the county, the aspect of increasing accountability by posting on the county website, I don't see that necessarily as being all that productive. Just, who's monitoring our website every day to see what projects are on there to, 10 days or whatever it's on the website. I would prefer to find another mechanism, if there is anything possible, where we could potentially publicly list these on a database of some kind. That's the county website. I mean,
We are going to have that once OpenGov opens. We'll be able to have everyone register as vendors.
right, OpenGov,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying the county website, I just don't see that as a solution necessarily. I appreciate the thought, but for me, practically speaking, I just don't see that as necessarily adding anything as far as accountability goes. And then authority to the Public Works Director for Public Works projects up to $200,000. That's an absolute no for me. no offense to our Public Works Director, I'd rather keep that authority with this, if anything, with the CAO. And I also would want, I'd want to be made aware of anything at that level as well as a supervisor. And then there was something about returning employee logo apparel.
Oh, yes. The reason for that, well, it's twofold. One, if you provide apparel, and Joe Paul can correct me if I'm incorrect, it starts to be a taxable benefit if the person is allowed to keep it, because you're providing property to the employee, so you have to keep track of that dollar amount. But if you return it, then it's like, it's not a.
Who's like, I just
Who's
don't, I mean, I know it's
editing? Yeah.
trying to follow the law here, but it seems if I get a shirt from the county, can I keep my shirt? I mean, come on. I mean,
Well, IRS requires that de minimis gifts, anything less than $25, they don't care. But anything above that, we now have to add it to their W-2.
so a shirt with I got a shirt with the logo on it. I'm supposed to return that when I'm done in this job.
Well,
I mean, do I have to wash it or?
That's the, you know, obviously, we're trying to comply with the IRS code without.
All right, I just think it's, you know, maybe the IRS is ridiculous then, but
and the secondary reason is that, you know, that logo out there provides some sort of identification of as an official member of the county.
yeah, it's not your guys' fault. It's my personal opinion that's just absurd. But if that's the way we have to go, that's fine. And then the local bidders preference, the 10%, you know, I think to me, it goes without saying that's pretty extreme. So I'm glad that we're correcting that. I would tend to say, to keep it simple, just maybe something like, and I'm open for conversation, but maybe something like 2%, you know, across the board up to a certain amount, maybe $500,000. I'm a little leery once we get so high with the dollar amounts, because we are really responsible for being as prudent as possible with taxpayer dollars. And I understand the intent of this, but I also think that we have to balance that out with, you know, being extremely responsible. So I would just prefer lowering that 10% pretty far down. I don't even know if we need to have the staggered. I think we're probably overthinking it with the staggered numbers. I would just prefer a flat amount up to a certain dollar amount personally. And then I think that's it. Other than October, we had the discussion about the CUPCC and coming back with board bringing back purchasing policy to establish lower dollar amounts than allowed under law to trigger formal public bidding. And how does that play into this?
We've already implemented that for public works projects.
Okay.
And when this.
That's in the current purchasing policy already. Okay. It
It's
doesn't need to
already,
be-
the board already adopted it
Yes,
by
okay.
resolution.
Just
or
want to make sure
ordinance.
that that's
Yeah.
formalized. So
Yeah.
thank you very much.
But just to let you know, I think that we will be expanding that to maintenance projects as well in the future.
Okay. Supervisor Sotelo.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you. I know a lot of work has gone into this from, you know, you, Barbara, as well as a ton of staff involvement. And I appreciate the efficiency and kind of streamlining and accountability that this is, you know, that's kind of the goal of this whole thing. Where or how are we tracking kind of the quotes? If they're these informal, you know, oral quotes, just for accountability purposes, if we ever got questioned about something, is it just that the staff person would write it all down, or how would that work?
Currently, above $10,000, it's formal. Under $10,000, currently, it's not formalized. And the departments keep it probably different ways for different departments. I think that it would be nice to actually formalize it on a form for even less than $10,000. So they fills out something, and that if we're gonna have that accountability with a contract, then that should be like a one-page form that's attached to the contract.
Yeah, I would love to see that. And then, so I think at one time we talked about having this linked, like with the contracts and the budget and all of that, right?
Yes.
Is that still something that we're working to combine this with?
The way it's gonna work right now is the purchase orders, that's gonna be triggered into the ERP system, and it's still not totally automatic, but it's gonna be push of a button like once a week to update the OpenGov system with our ERP system, so that there's tie-in between the OpenGov system and the ERP system to show what's already encumbered by purchase orders.
And then we'll know exactly kind of where we stand with
Yeah.
budget items and things like that.
Yeah, there's still like potential issues. It's still not 100%. But that's going to be a step closer to that. The way the two, I don't know whether you want to get into too much depth right now, but for example, some departments enter into many contracts because they don't know which contract they're going to use throughout the year. If you encumbered each contract to the, if you, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Too much detail?
No, go ahead.
If you encumbered via a purchase order the full amount of each contract, then you might exceed the budget. So they probably would have to encumber only what they anticipate using that year.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may just add, if I
Go right
can,
ahead.
and so there have been many conversations with the auditor, county counsel's office, and myself on this, and we're still addressing, hopefully, potentially a tool that we could use, an existing software that we have to really tweak it. If not, we'll have to manually put that upon somebody to execute that once a week, just to start the process and get it going. So we want to make this as transparent as possible, and more importantly, we want to have checks and balances. That's the key, and we want to get people paid timely. So there's a lot to this, and as discussed with Joe Paul, even having a higher tiered system or a more costlier system, there's still a lot of things that you have to go through. It could be an IBM AS400, it could be a mainframe, it could be whatever. You still got to do a lot of programming. There's a lot to it. So it just, we're going to try to do our best to work through this and make sure that it's, we really want to have we want to be better. What you had said earlier about customer service to folks, we really want to be there. And so we're working on that.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. The other thing, are there certain items or certain sets of criteria that no matter the amount, it would need to come before the Board of Supervisors? Like if it's going to, I don't have an exact example for you, but are there certain things that, just as a protection that, hey, no matter what, if it's touching, I don't know, whatever it is, it would come before the Board of Supervisors?
So I would just answer that in our budget process, that's really kind of a starting point. We're looking at making sure that the staff members put, their purchases to the best of their ability in the system itself. As an example for me, when I was working in IT, though, I would go ahead and submit a spreadsheet at the time. We didn't have a system like we do now. And I would document the details of that. It could be a Cisco switch. It could be whatever. It could be a Dell, whatever. And I was very specific. However, with technology, things change so rapidly that now that becomes obsolete, and it's not accurate. So those are the things I think is diving into the detail. And that's one of the things Ramon's working on, to make sure we document that and to make sure that auditing has the ability to go back and reference those things. But it's probably going to be more at a higher level. As mentioned before, in the encumbrance piece, there are some departments, as an example, even behavioral health, they have all these contracts, and you notice that it's an up to amount they don't have the full budget probably to cover them all, but they have it because, they may use it once a year, they may not. There might be an emergency with an individual that they need to have a contract with, and it could be whatever, it could be a couple $100,000. So there's kind of a lot of nuances. I don't know if that answers your question in particular. Maybe Joe, Paul, or Barbara can to add to that, but hopefully that sheds a little bit of light for you on that.
Okay, I was just wondering if there's contracts or anything out there that meet that are lower in the threshold, but maybe have an impact to county employees, or something that would impact an area that should be coming before the Board of Supervisors, so it falls below the threshold.
Usually, yeah, I know what you're saying. Usually it's the CAO that's catching those contracts that are more than $10,000. That the department says, hey, go ahead, you can sign this, and CAO normally will say, the board really needs to be aware of this, even though we could have authority to sign it, and would bring those things. So it's like right now, it's not a policy type basis, it's a judgment type basis.
Okay.
at the CAO's office, determine which ones come to the board, and also from at the department level, they probably do the same thing if they feel the board really needs to know something. There's only 2 instances that I know that the board really has review of, like, automatically, and that one is donations, when we made, donation to the epicenter. The board has to approve that, that's not delegated authority. And the other one is fixed assets, when it's not in the department's budget, that was specifically delegated in that, then it has to come to the board. And if the board wants to identify at some future date additional items that, need the board approval, that they could do that. But right now, it's pretty broad, and it's on a judgment basis about what to bring to the board.
Will there be any type of, I don't know, anything that comes before the Board of Supervisors that lists all the contracts that have been signed or anything like that? Or no, it's kind of a, okay, whatever here, if it falls under those amounts, we don't review at all?
Right now, you don't review them at all.
I know, but we're
Once
talking
we
about
get into
increasing the
system-
limits and
Yeah.
stuff, so.
But I
in
see
that-
your point. So one of the things we are working is contract management and having transparency with that. So we will upload all the contracts and eventually make that portal available to anybody, board,
Okay.
whoever. So you guys can go look at everything.
Okay.
That's our ultimate goal.
And what's the time frame with getting that system up, do you know?
March.
March.
hopefully.
Okay, so this is really right around the corner.
Yep, that's the
Okay.
goal.
Okay, thank you. I'm good with my questions. Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
No problem. Supervisor Zanger?
And just one thing, and Dulce just mentioned this, which is true, all the contracts go to the clerk of the board, so we have a record of it. But just in a transparency, open to the public, to you, a little bit more easier to do a search. And there are some search capabilities you can in the system itself, on our website, but I think with the new system, it's gonna be so much easier. Yeah.
No questions. Okay, so so I appreciate, number one, all the hard work. I know this is a huge undertaking, and we do have a backlog in payments that is a major concern of mine. So I support where you're going with all these items. The thing I'm concerned with is the transparency and accountability and ensuring that the documentation is there for any public records requests, any, questions that come from the CAO to the departments. So the OpenGov is going to help that a lot. Raising the rates before OpenGov is online and all the bugs are kind of out of it kind of concerns me. And it's nothing against you, Ray. I know you'll catch it, but it's one of those things. If we could kind of parallel this with OpenGov, like when OpenGov goes live, we could approve these at that time, or either at that time, or say we approve it, but not until OpenGov is live. Just some comments there. I do agree the increases need to happen because it is causing a backlog for departments to get work done, and we have to come up with a way that when we are doing contracts for departments in an urgent matter, for if anything over the amount, that we need to be more efficient about it. And I know you guys know that that's the goal. It's just getting all those fine-tune items in there to make it all work. The logos, I totally agree. I had to return all of my shirts when I left the county, which I thought was the silliest thing. And now I see my clothes being worn by others, which I kind of thought was comical. I returned them, and I said, you guys can have them if you want them. And they're like, well, thank you for returning them. And then they kind of had a free-for-all. So I do think it's kind of weird. And so I think the IRS is a little silly on that one. How do you want to go through this summary of changes? Is your expectation today to actually go through all of these and make a decision? Or are you just getting our feedback and kind of our comments and then it's coming back to us? How are you wanting to proceed with this?
Well, can possibly, if this is agreeable with the board, can we have some consensus on the bidder's preference, first of all? Like
Okay,
how
so
you
can you
wanna-
give me an item number? I'm
That is
tracking
item
by
number-
items. On your little summary, is that in 19?
Number 6, I think.
Is it number 6 here? 6, approve revised local bidders preference. And so why don't we have a conversation about that? Supervisor Kosmicki, you're coming in at 2%. with a max, do you have like a max that you'd be interested in?
500.
Oh, that's okay.
At the $500,000 or the $1 million, I'm not, overly, they're just numbers. Basically, they're large numbers. But we have to cap it off somewhere, so I'd be amenable to either. I just think 2% seems reasonable when you consider the tax benefit potential to the county and the economic benefit, which is going to be somewhat limited, but I just don't want to see us losing money just to show that we're favorable to local businesses.
Okay, and anybody have concerns, comments, other suggestions on that? Supervisor Sotelo?
I'm just really excited to see a local bidders preference on here. I think it's really important. I think sometimes other people can offer much less, but when it gets down to it, it ends up not being that much less. And so I'm really happy to see that we have a local bidders preference. And I'm good with the 5, 2.5, and 2%.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yeah, I have a question. I put a note on here, it says state allows local bidder preference at 10%. Was that a erroneous note that I wrote? Because I thought I heard that somehow.
We have county locals bidder preference at 10% currently.
That's the county, okay.
That was done
And
sort of
so-
near the Great Recession era.
So you're proposing to lower that?
Yes,
that
because
amount
that's
then?
higher than most other jurisdictions throughout the state.
Okay. This is current then. Yeah, I'm not interested in changing the current, because again, I want to make sure we are able to employ local bidders to entice them to come in whatever capacity or contract that it is. I want to be able to entice it. And if that's what we've been operating at previously, why would we want to lower the bar?
Okay, if I may,
Please,
just-
go ahead,
Yeah,
CAO.
so there's been discussion, Barbara and I and staff have had plenty of discussions. So one of the concerns we have is actually having funding to fund these projects, and the funding of the projects are growing. So as you can see with the $1 million, 10%, it's $100,000 above, which is significant amount of money. And we're trying to, as time goes on here, we're going to be having to really kind of watch our pennies. So one of the things that we suggest is lower that, tighten it, and still allow it. But at a certain point in there, above $1 million, there's no, because it's a lot of money. Those percentages add up quickly. So that's the reason why. Just want to share that with the board.
Thank you. Any comment? Supervisor Gonzalez, you're good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Supervisor Zanger, do you have any comments on this number 6?
No.
No. Okay, I agree that 10% is high, especially going into a deficit period. I would like to bring it down with, I'm gonna say I'd like to bring it down to 3% if we could negotiate to 3%. And the reason why is because we really don't know what's gonna happen with this next budget cycle, and I'd like to max it at the 500K. So that's my opinion on it. Is there a motion?
I would second that. I would second that if you have it as a motion.
Okay, I will make the motion, and Supervisor Kozmicki will second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
Against? Okay, so that's 4-1, and that's Supervisor Gonzalez against. Okay,
So that's 3% capped at 500,000. So
you got it.
would I have consensus of the board if I took out the increases in delegated authority, took out the Public Works Director to 200,000 and the additional 10,000, 20,000? If I took out those monetary amounts, would the board be willing to receive the rest of the purchasing policy for formal adoption at a future board meeting, and then bring those back in like March, those other issues back in March or April?
I would.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, any other comment? No comment? No. Okay, I would agree to that with the understanding that we have to have a clear documentation of where the repository of these oral bids are, and I'm very concerned about getting too slacked and too undocumented, and that the systems are actually showing the check and balance, who initiated the PO and who approved it. I know there's concerns in that area, and if we can tighten that up, then I could move with this. That's my comment.
Okay,
Is there?
we'll work on those, and I'll come
Yeah.
back at a future board meeting.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
you don't need any motion after that, right?
No, I'll bring it back for formal adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
We're
Thank
good.
you so much
We're
for
good.
all the hard work. I know this
you.
is a lot, and it's,
good.
but what it's going to do transparency-wise for the public is, in my opinion, long overdue. And department heads and I know some department heads right now really need these changes, but department heads, if you can see what this is going to do in the end for helping manage your budgets, it is, I see it really helping streamline the process.
Mhm.
So thank you so much, and to all your teams for
Yeah,
doing this.
thank you. It will be good once it's implemented.
Okay, so now we're moving on to item number 3.4. This is receive information and discuss adoption of proposed process for board requested future agenda items. And Dulce is going to present for us.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to bring up the sheet and. Okay, so good afternoon, board. We've discussed a process for future agenda items in 2023, and that looks really blurry.
Maybe blow it up a little to be able to make it clear. It might help it out. There you go.
Better. Let me scroll down. And we looked at a few different jurisdictions, but the one this almost mirrors which is also attached to this agenda item, is the and I always mispronounce the county. It's
Tuolumne.
Tuolumne, thank you. Tuolumne County, with a few minor changes. So I'm just going to briefly go over the 1 through 8 steps. So the first one is when it's due. We post the agenda the Wednesday before the board meeting, so the requests would be to fill out a 1-sheet request and turn it into the CAO's office by the Monday before. This is when we do agenda review, and it provides adequate time to attach it to the future agenda items. So an example would be our next board meeting, which is on February 6th. The due date would be the Monday, which is January 29th. And that gives us enough time so we could post it on the agenda by January 31st. So that would be step 1. Step 2 would be to just do a quick 1-page summary. We wanted to get direction on kind of what you guys want to include on the summary, so that we request a fillable 1-sheeter that's easy with drop-down menus, easy to fill out. But what we envision, the 1-sheet is a list of the topic, kind of what the request is, how it fits with our strategic plan, a justification for placing it on the agenda, and then another item is what do you want to, how do you want to see it come back? Do you want a department head to look at the item to vet it out? Do you want it to go to a committee? Do you want it to come back to the board by a certain date if there's some sort of urgency? So that would be the 1-page summary. And then 3 would be the board member presents their item in front of the board when we do future agenda items. And then the board as a whole would vote if they want to move forward with the topic or not. And just a majority of the board would move an item forward. After that, the CAO or designee would work on realistically what it would take staff time to bring it back and setting a date for it to come back. And then staff would work on it. Next step would be 7, where if an item isn't approved by the board, ideally it wouldn't be back within a year. However, a board as a whole can direct any item to come back. And there would be exceptions like proclamations, certificates, resolutions of commodation, but this is a draft for your consideration. We're looking for input, and yeah, I'll give it to the board.
Okay, can we open it up to public comment, please?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. What is the mechanism so that there is no abuse of this system? I like the fact that once you bring it forward, you can't come back for 12 months. But what is, as an example, there were a couple of times when former Supervisor Hernandez brought something, and it was totally not something of the agenda or something to do with the county, but it was more to do with his politics, that a few things happened. And so if you don't approve, today there was a couple examples, and I'm going to use this because this is what I saw today. I saw 3-2 votes. So what mechanism can it be done so that that doesn't happen on a consistency basis where two of the supervisors are backing each other up and they're contacting the CAO and saying, I want this on the agenda, I want 5 or 7 minutes, and this is an idea, and this is not male or female, I'm just saying 2 supervisors. I use an example that there was today a 3-2 vote. So that there is no abuse and waste of county staff time. I want the board to acknowledge that today the sky is going to be blue, and I want the sky to be blue, and everybody has to agree with it, and I want it on the agenda. I can't think of an item right now. Inclusionary housing, I want it brought up today. Never mind, I don't want it to come, in whatever general plan we're talking about. I want to talk about it today. Farm worker housing. And it's important. I mean, these things are important. But if there's already a mechanism that's going to be discussed, so it's not wasting staff time, it's not wasting the CEO's time to have to direct, to do this, and putting an individual in a situation where they don't want to be, because they don't want to have to say again, oh, here they come again, they're going to, they got together and this is what they want. So some kind of, you guys supervise yourselves and you discuss among yourselves, and if it's something that has to happen in closed session so that there is no abuse. I can see it happening. I saw it happen with the city of Hollister, 2 individuals knocking on the city manager's door and insisting things get placed on the agenda that were just a waste of time. That's what I'm trying to get to. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board for discussion. Anyone? Supervisor Zanger.
Yes, thank you. So, with the future agenda item discussion, should point out, I think originally it was brought up not as how we get items on the agenda, but it was more about the order in which we address the items. I thought that's why it was originally brought up, and I know the discussion developed and we're kind of here now. I like the current model that we use. I think it could just be improved. I think the 1-page summary, I think, is a good thing. I like the idea of you suggest something, if you get a second, it gets on the agenda, but you need to provide maybe staff with more detailed, explanation of what we're looking for, just to kind of streamline it and not waste staff time. I think it works good. I think with that tweak, I think it would be great. I will say with Tuolumne County, I reached out to the supervisor over there, one of the supervisors that I know, and the prevailing philosophy there, as he explained, was that board members should not be creating policy. That should be staff, and I personally that's not what I subscribe to, and so I don't know if we want to base it off of their style of doing things. And so I would just say this is interesting, but I don't know. I think it overcomplicates it. I don't know if it's great. We have this on the agenda, and then you have to you spend 5 minutes trying to get it on the agenda again. Essentially, it just seems odd. So I would just push for what we have now with the implementation of the summary involved. That way, it's easier for staff, and we just can keep doing what we're doing. I think it works. And then I would just say we need to address the order in which we attack the items would just be a timeline, sort of in order if they're ready. That's how I would address it.
Okay, Supervisor
I'll go, Madam Chair.
Kosmicki?
Yeah, I agree. You know, this isn't, the template isn't controversial to me or anything. I just agree that, we're complicating something that should be pretty simple. It's really up to in the end, it's up to the chair to manage the items and follow the protocol that we're giving them. We just weren't giving necessarily a firm enough protocol in the past, and I think that's why we're here. As far as I think, the timeline part to me is the key, and that's where I think some of us had issues. To me, it should just be a first come, first serve, with the exception of items that are deemed as with some level of an urgency designation, that, there's a timeline attached to it. I just don't see why that, would be an issue. And then I don't have a problem with setting protocol for a number of future agenda items, per meeting or month. Totally fine. That's reasonable. And then, I do wonder if there's a Brown Act issue with the three people. So the question I guess I should ask first is, would those items show up on the agenda? Let's say that I went to the CAO and said, I have this item.
Yeah.
Can you put it?
So so the CAO would sign the request and put it on the agenda, and then after the meeting, just like a resolution is signed, who votes on what, that would be addressed after the board meeting. So,
But the agenda would include issue A, issue B. We're considering removing this or that.
yeah.
Okay.
So it would add the one-page summary.
I just want to make sure, because as far as I know, maybe I don't want to. I think the city might be a little more lax on that part. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they fixed that. I don't want to speak out of turn there, but I just want to make sure that it's on the agenda if
Yeah,
we're going to go
it
this
would be
route.
attached on
That
there.
the
and-
public will be able to know that you're going to be discussing this item, is a big concern of mine. I don't have a problem either way. I just want to make sure that the items are addressed in the order that they're received. I would prefer just doing what we're doing now with the summary, but it's not a huge deal. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Sotelo?
So I kind of like trying something different. In reading the summary, we had 111 future agenda items, and I don't know how many of those staff spent time on, and then it was dead in the water once it came to us because there wasn't enough support. So I like the added element of, it would come back to us in the beginning of the agenda as a future agenda item, or I'm not sure exactly where. I'm just assuming that's where we had future agenda items previously next to road updates. And then we would quickly decide, is that something that there's three or more of us that think, yeah, staff spend some time on that and bring it back so that we're not wasting staff's time. So I kind of like that, because if there's not support from it, if it's just one person that is supportive of this or whatever, it's not worth having, or let's say two, because we have to have two right now to put it. But if there's not more than two, why even have staff spend the time to, if it's not going to be supported? And so I think that this kind of answers that. And, will it work? I don't know, but it's worth maybe possibly trying, and I think it does. It's just the only difference is the way that we're doing it right now. You have the two, and then you would do this this little summary. Now you wouldn't have to have the two per se. You're going to talk to the CAO about it. You're going to write your summary, and then it is on the agenda, the board agenda, and then there's a quick summary about it. And if you can get three people to support it in your 5 minutes that you're explaining your future agenda item, it comes back and staff's not spinning their wheels on something that possibly only two people support. So I kind of like it. So I support this. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
It seems like a lot more work, but if it's going to make the process of the items on the agenda more fruitful and we have more majority votes, then I would agree. I do have a question on your item number 8, Dulce. So this process excludes certificates and resolutions for commendation from the board request. So what is the process currently for when one of us wants to bring something up, or a community member has approached us and wanted to bring some sort of commendation, resolution, something? What is the current process?
I know Vanessa receives quite a bit of these, and typically it goes to the chair to decide on those. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other process.
So a simple request, and it goes to you, and then it happens
So
typically?
Usually it'll come to me and then I'll forward it to the chair and then the chair will let me know to put it on the.
Okay. Well, yesterday was MLK, and I just want to make sure we as a county were able to get the commendations for the MLK celebration with Elvira Robinson. Did we take care of that?
Yeah,
Okay.
we did.
I'm getting a nod, yes. The reason I asked, because it was asked of me informally, I asked the person to send me the information so I can go ahead and forward the process. The person circumvented me, and then a week before the event, what's the status of the recommendations? I'm like, I don't know. You didn't go through me, so I can't tell you. So I would like to know what the process is so that I can then direct them accordingly.
Yeah.
So then the process
So
is to.
when you guys receive a process, you can send it to Vanessa and she addresses it to the chair, or you can send it to the CEO or
Okay.
Vanessa, but.
Well, I thank you for getting those done, because I washed my hands of it simply because I was not communication, you'll find with me, is very key. You leave me out of the loop of communication and I can't side with you. You keep me informed and I'm right there with you. And that goes to you as a global you for anyone. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion.
I have a question before we go.
Go right ahead, supervisors.
Another concern I just want to get clarity on if we go with something like this. I'm worried about like the timeline of, is it going to take forever to come back? So if I suggest something on a Monday, is it guaranteed that that 5 to 7 minute presentation I'll be able to give the next board meeting, or is it going to be pushed off? Could that be pushed off a couple months? Because then it just slows everything down dramatically.
As the chair right now, I would say yes, it goes on that next agenda. It doesn't get pushed.
Okay.
If you put in as an individual your item and it's on that agenda for discussion, and it doesn't mean, in my opinion, that I'm looking at this, I have a couple of thoughts, but in my opinion, it doesn't mean that you support the idea. You support spending staff time to research the idea, and that's where I think it's key. CAO Espinoza.
The only thing I was going to mention is also just with regards to putting the item on, every department head, we all have to follow dates and times when we have to submit everything. So just keep that in mind. When you do submit it, there is a deadlines that we have. So we may already have it, getting ready to publish the agenda, and then we can't post it on the system, and there's just, that may come into play. So we'll make sure, Vanessa, if you can resend the schedule for this year so everybody is aware of those deadlines.
So assuming the logistics play out, though, it will appear on the next meeting agenda, the presentation.
There's no
That's
reason
what I
why
was
it
trying
should
to-
not, yeah.
I had a follow-up clarity question as
Sure,
well.
go right
On
ahead,
that note, I
Supervisor
was going to
Kosmicki.
also ask a similar question. I'm more concerned about when the actual item comes back, the timeline of, so let's say you get the 3 votes, and then it could be tabled, theoretically for a year. Just looking historically here, what's happened, a year and a half, 2 years. I would like, as a compromise, if I'm going to support this, I think we have to have a mechanism or something stated that it will be coming back in either in the order it's requested or with some minor adjustments based on staff time. Just want to make sure things aren't based on political preferences, that things aren't shelved and just left on the shelf.
If we do receive a summary by Monday, that gives staff enough time to review it and maybe ask you clarifying questions to review with the CAO on how long, based on complexity or what we think. We could reach out to the department, see what they're currently working on, if they could work on whatever topic, and kind of gauge that before the board meeting too, and be prepared to kind of have a timeline per guesstimate based on the request.
If that can be somehow formalized, I can support this, but I just still am somewhat concerned that because there's discretion at the chair position to decide what's on the agenda, and so that would be my concern, is just making sure, and nothing against any individual chair, or whoever's chair in any given year. I just want to make sure there's just fairness across the board. That's my.
And if I may, and Dulce's right, there are putting items on the agenda, there's a lot of complexity. The item that David, County Council's team with Barbara put on with the actual purchasing item. I mean, I don't know how many meetings we've had. We've gone through this months, if not almost years. going through this process to try to dial it in, and we're still not there yet. There's still room for improvement. So, you know, it could take time based on the content, based on the material, based on what's happening, the amount of meetings we have, and a lot of other factors. But, you know, I think I see the point. I think it's valid. I think we'll keep that in line at first item. But there might be something that comes up that's maybe we're already working on, that we're planning to bring back, as an example, from staff's perspective, that you know, that maybe wasn't on the list, on your list. So then I don't want to, you know, and maybe we can make clarity with that. I don't want to feel like some board member is like, hey, wait, why is this on? Or we were working on this already for 6 months to bring it on. So just be mindful of that. There might be some of that happening as well. So, anyways.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
If I could, and I don't want to step out of my role, but having seen this work in other jurisdictions, I think what makes it work is when it comes to you as a future agenda item on the agenda after the CAO has approved it and met with the supervisor and the form is filed. And then 3 members want it to be discussed. The action then is to assign it to a department and give them a timeline to come back to the board. Then you know it's coming back on a certain day. And if that slips, then the department would simply say, hey, I need another month, or so it doesn't get lost. And that's the whole point, I think, of this discussion, was to make sure that these don't get lost.
Thank you so much for that clarification. And my comments, you know, I see the concern of the abuse, and I want to say I have the same concern. I think we need to incorporate this into our governance policy for the board so that it is very clear that when you submit this written request, it comes before the board. There is no discretionary, except for that if it's not like meeting, it's not clear enough to the CAO. It's not, you know, there's something that's, we need more information to be able to present this. That's, and I think the setting the timeline and having the staff put in a rough timeline of what they think the staff time will be, I think that's a great way of being able to prioritize it on the agenda, and it's going to help the chair. After working this year with the former chair, I think that would be most helpful. I do agree we need to have a clause for urgency items that we don't have time to sit and discuss. It needs to get on the agenda. So I think there needs to be something on that. The only other thing is, when these items come before us as a board for consideration to move forward with on some research of staff, I really think it would be good if the department, if it's an item that you have multiple departments, or there's concerns about which department, or you already have something going, that you're explaining that to us at the time of the discussion. But then if we decide while we're starting the conversation on the item that, wow, this is really going to get a lot deeper than we are considering it, is that we look at our committees and we look at like the CSAC and the RCRCs and those committees, and maybe do some, hey, can we have the department go and do a research on this, or can we have the representative of 3CE, sorry, it just ran in my head real quick, go and take this to them and see if there's something that can be brought back before we bring it to the board. If we do those things and utilize from other experience, I think we will be more efficient, and it will give staff better direction with less so much work into something that then falls apart, and that's really truly what I don't want to see anymore. So does anyone have any other comments, concerns?
Last concern is just when staff does make their rough timeline, I would just ask that it's, I don't know, try to be more realistic or accurate, because there's a few items where it would say like June and then month, and it'd still say, 80%. And so I just want to make sure that it's not saying something, because then I tell the public, and oh yeah, it's going to come up in June, and then it gets 3 months later and it comes up, and so people get a little upset about that. So I would just, if possible, just, I just want to, the timeline, I guess I just don't take it lightly, I would say, if staff could just make sure that it's sort of serious. I appreciate that.
I totally agree with that comment, and I'm even going to piggyback more on that. If staff is saying it's going to take a certain amount of time, it needs to be agendized within that calendar for that month's meeting or whatever it was assigned. And then if it's incomplete, then we know why. You brought it back, now here's the problem, we're informed, make it a short, sweet item, and then we move on, okay? Okay. Any other comments? Nope. Is there a motion?
Move to approve the recommended policy with the inclusion of what was suggested about including some sort of language about urgency items. That's it.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's a 5-0. Okay, we are now moving to consent, unless there's a desire to take a break. Are we good? Nope. Okay, just stretching legs. I'm sorry, I saw you getting up. Okay, so moving back to consent, we had several items. We're going to start with item number 2.8. And I don't know who's on 2.8. And
Sorry.
that is Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay, and so I wanted to know, when was this gonna go into effect? And I did see can we just have the presentation? And then that way, if there's any other questions that pop up?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so this is the second time this item is coming before you. So there's two things I'm currently working on, and I just want to make sure we know they're different. So this is a report out that's required through Government Code 66001 and 66006, that every 5 years and annually, for our impact fees, we have to report certain things, like identify the purpose of the impact fee, demonstrate how we're going to use the funding, identify the sources of anticipated funding, and if we're using outside funding. So this report includes 2019 through 2023 for the 5 years, and then it also meets the requirements for the annual report for fiscal year 2023. So it includes both. However, we are working on a project where we're doing a report of the current fees, and that is set to come to the board very soon. You guys received a draft early this morning, and we're doing a workshop for developers. So there's two separate things. This just reports the money, the balances, how we've spent it, projects planned with that. So if there's any specific questions, I'm happy to answer those.
No, then another reason why I pulled it too is because we had received the email at 10:13 this morning, and it's like, wait a minute, this is on the consent item. Why am I receiving communication so late in?
No, so
Not
that's
the same.
for a
It's not the same
totally
thing.
separate.
Separate thing.
Okay.
That's
Completely
for a
separate.
study, and the board will consider at a later date potentially a new fee structure, but that's different from what this is.
Okay. And I recall seeing this previously. So then I will withdraw my opposition to it, my reason to pull it from the consent item.
Is
Move-
there a
move
motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on to 2.14, Supervisor Gonzalez.
214, yes. On this item itself, I saw this as a contractor issue, so I just wanted to see have an explanation, por favor, please. And again, it's going to require a 4/5 vote, so can you give me a little brief synopsis on what this item is for anyone who's listening?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Nick Calvin. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Health. So this is our item at HHSA. So basically what this item is referring to is moving $160,000 from our salary and benefits area or forced labor to several different lines in order to basically accommodate the new and approved budget from the state. So basically we had our original fines that we got last year and we get for the next 3 years for this future public health grant that is equal to $647,000. And then we also had some carryover money from the previous year. And so basically, we at the time, whenever we did the actual county budget, did not know exactly where we needed to put all of the necessary dollars. So we put them into the salary and benefits pot because that was where a lot of it was allocated, and we are required by this grant to allocate at least 70% of the funds to salary and benefits. So we put it there because that was where we were at least planning to use it. And then once we were able to figure out exactly how much money we were going to have from our carryover dollars from the previous year, as well as exactly where we needed to use the $647,000, we realized that we needed to use it in several different areas. Contractor, like you brought up, is one of them, as well as we have funds in here for community programs, so potentially subcontracting out or working with some of our local community programs to address some issues that have been brought up through our community health assessment and community improvement plan process. And so that is kind of a lengthy process that is coming towards a conclusion that pretty much took most of the first half of this fiscal year to figure out exactly where we needed to use these funds. So instead of using them all in salary and benefits just for public health department, what we decided instead was we'll use it mostly for that because we're required to, but we also wanted to change some of the funds over to be able to use for other items that came up from that health assessment and improvement plan process.
Okay, I'm looking at the breakdown of the 160,000.
Yep.
So what are the community programs? What do those consist of?
We don't know yet, so that will come out of what the community health improvement plan kind of focus groups and partnership groups decide on. We had 4 community health improvement plan meetings over the course of the fall and winter, and the last one just concluded and pretty much came to the conclusion that we need to address 2 different areas. One was mental health and substance abuse or misuse, and then also support for families with young children. And so the community programs would basically have that pot of money around $41,000 to use to address one or both of those areas based off of kind of where we needed to go with that. So has not been decided yet, but it would kind of be a area where we could look to use the funds to support the community health improvement plan, some deliverables from that.
Okay. Well, I thank you for that explanation, and so I will withdraw any kind of opposition I have. Move to approve per staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 2.16, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes. I'm glad to see that you're here, Ashley, and thank you. I was wondering if you can explain the gist of the contract with the New Hope for youth.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Madam Chair, and Supervisor Gonzalez. Thanks for inviting me up to speak on our item here. So my predecessor actually set out to release an RFP at the direction of the county for all of our contracted services for our youth and families that we serve. We currently receive funding through various grants through the state, and we use those funds to contract out for anything from parenting classes to, evidence-based programming for our youth to help reduce recidivism, address their criminal thinking, things of that nature. So we put out an RFP originally in April of 2023. It was our first time ever doing it. There was a bit of a trial and error in that process, as there were some inconsistencies with how those proposals should be submitted. And so in order to make the process fair and equitable for any community-based organization or provider, we actually closed that out and just extended our contracts through the calendar year with the hope and anticipation that we would have everything squared away for the start of the calendar year, which is where we're at now. And so we did release our RFP in September, and we had proposals submitted through October 31st, Halloween. And then we put together an evaluation committee, which consisted of 2 outside representative, one from a different agency and one a community member.
and one internal member from our department, and that evaluation committee reviewed our proposals that were submitted. We did receive proposals from 2 different community-based organizations, and based off of the scoring and the criteria that was outlined in the RFP, we came to where we are now, and we are contracting with New Hope for Youth. They are a nonprofit organization based out of Santa Clara County. They currently contract with Santa Clara County Probation for services, but we've had some meet and greets with their team. We've met the people that are going to be working with our kids. The actual director of New Hope for Youth is a San Benito County resident, and he's actually been looking to expand services that they offer in Santa Clara to youth here in this community. So we're really excited for the opportunity. I can answer any questions that you have.
No, I didn't have any questions per se, but I wanted you to, what you just said, to give that information to the community.
Yes.
You know, I know that you're our new chief probation officer, you know, and you are a local, and you've kind of worked your ways up through the ranks, and I just want to make sure that people can see what talent you possess and the
Oh, thank
intellect that
you.
you bring to the table. And I want you to share your programming with us, because people don't know you the way I know you.
Yeah.
And I don't know you personally, but I know you professionally, you know, and I like what I see, so.
Thank
so
you.
You gotta toot your own horn sometimes. And if it's on a consent item, you can't toot if you're not allowed to say anything, okay?
Thank you, I appreciate
Right,
it.
so thank you. So I move to withdraw any opposition, and I will move to approve this per staff recommendation.
Second? Is there anyone?
Yep, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much. Okay,
Thank
so we're
you.
moving now on to 2.22, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay. I pulled this one because I like the question that Elliot asked, do the Denville residents, are they aware of this? And it being a CSA, I want to safely assume that they do. But you know what happens when you assume? And so I'm not making any assumptions here. I just want to make sure. And it just so happens that someone from the Denville Estates reached out to me, but I couldn't take their phone call. That's why my phone rang. So I apologize for that. So I'm glad I pulled it, but I have no specific concerns. Just, are they aware of it?
Yeah, I'm actually.
And this is a 218 process, correct?
Well, it's not the 218 process. Something to, I guess, be aware of that I'm learning. When you look at the budget transfer form that was signed by a lot of folks here, there's 2 categories. There's a category up above that's appropriation increases. And when you see amounts under that category when budgets are transferred, that's actually when we're moving funds from literal funds from one account to another account for different reasons. This specific item, all the transfers, and I'll explain this in a minute, are of existing appropriations, and they're in the bottom category on the budget adjustment form. And so when you see that, those funds aren't really leaving any accounts and going into any new accounts. What they're doing is they're trying to make paper trail complete for the fiscal year. And so specifically for this account, we have a CSA overall fund, and Dunville's in that CSA fund, and Oak Creek's in that overall CSA fund. Now, that's just a budgeted amount that we think we're gonna spend for the year. It's not the actual funding itself, it's just the budgeted amount for the year. And in that budgeted amount for the year, Oak Creek, for different reasons, is spent more than we projected back last year, and Dunville has not. And so in that overall CSA bubble, we're just saying, okay, Dunville, your projected budget, projected only, 22,000, is gonna be allocated to Oak Creek. But the actual funds in their accounts aren't moving at all. That's only when it's in the upper category. So we don't really have to do a 218 for this. It's just, we're just making the budget projections work. And I'll just pause there, so.
All right, then I will go ahead and remove my opposition for that. And the answer to Ms. Salinas, your question is, it's a non-issue. So I'll go ahead and move to approve per staff recommendation on item 2.22.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0. Okay, moving to 2.23, Supervisor Kozmicki.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. Steve, I just want to make sure, so the $300,000 increase is 130% on paper, but is this the overall budget of the projects, or where does that stand? I just want to, concern with you going over budget for the project as a whole, or is this just an annual budget?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question, because it is quote a Measure G project. What this is doing for the transfers of funds, it is moving Measure G funds into the account that can pay the contractor, and a maximum of extra 300,000. But what we didn't put in here is Caltrans has given us $180,000 for these two projects total, and so what we're trying to do, it kind of goes back to one of the original conversations, we're trying to make sure we can pay the contractors sooner, because what happens is, for us to capture the $180,000 from Caltrans, after we go through all these budget payments and things for this project, and we can pay the contractor with Measure G funds, then we submit our invoices to Caltrans, and that usually takes 2 or 3 months to get reimbursed from Caltrans. So, A, we won't even probably use this whole or the two 150s. We won't use the 300,000. And B, the money will get reimbursed by Caltrans unless we go over that 180. And my guess is we will go a little bit over that 180, and some of that Measure G funds will be used. We're not sure yet because we're still negotiating with the contractor. So
That answers my question.
is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to pay the contractor faster, and that's why we're moving some extra funds from Measure G, basically.
You had me at that line.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's 5-0 vote. Okay, we're going to move on to 2.26, and I believe this is Supervisor Zanger.
I think 2.24.
Yeah, sorry, and it's just another, it's very similar, so I
Yep.
just want to make sure.
I actually crossed it off. I apologize. 2.24, Supervisor Kozmicki.
Yes, just want to make sure the budget as a whole is the budget as a whole on track, because this is again an annual language, at least annual issue.
The budget on the whole is not changing a penny. It's again just to pay the contractor
Great.
faster. So we
Alright.
have to, we're putting a kind of a slush fund, not slush fund, $6 million
Oh.
that we think we're gonna.
Yeah, don't use that word.
I'll be
Not-
quiet.
got
I'm
my
sorry.
ears.
To approve.
Thank you.
Is there a
I'll-
second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Okay, now, moving on to 2.26, Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Abram, I was just hoping you could just give a quick general explanation of what this is.
Very similar to what Steve explained at not the previous item, but the one before. So each project gets appropriated funds, and then it's not the actual funding that's within the project. It's just what the board appropriates. And then as there's expenditures, then we want to make sure that everything that's expended on within that project is within those appropriations, but everything is pretty much paid for by the developer. We just want to make sure that there is appropriations within these projects.
You compared it to the CSA discussion. That's what you're saying, like the budget appropriation?
The budget appropriations,
Right.
correct, yes.
Okay, I understand it then. So I'll move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
I just had one question. I was looking for the attachment. I didn't see the attachment, but it does say a 4/5 vote required, so there wasn't any transfer paperwork required?
Just the transfer of appropriated budget form, essentially.
There's a budget adjustment attached.
Yes,
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't see it, so my apologies.
it's okay.
Okay, so we're moving on to 2.27.
Yep.
Supervisor Kozmicki.
Yeah, and real quick again, I just want a little further clarity. The
Yeah.
staff report was just a little on the vague side for me. Just wondering, if you could better explain where these funds are from and where they're going, since it involves reimbursements, because that's always been my understanding, reimbursements are specific dollar amounts, but we're
Yes.
shifting from one project to other projects. If you could just further explain a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's just the appropriations that are going to be taken from one project that are going to go to the other ones that we have right now. We have, like, for example, Vista del Calabria, we have Promontory, Angels Ridgemark, Traveler Station. Those have appropriations already, but we're looking at that there's the expenditures that are going on with some of these projects are going a little bit over or starting to go into going over those appropriations already allocated to them. So we just want to make sure that there's enough funding.
But the developer hasn't paid us an overage, then we're now shifting back. That's, see, these are just appropriations from the county that are gonna eventually be reimbursed, and that answers
Correct.
my question, and it should be good, yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm good. Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's a 5-0. Okay, so moving on to 2.228, Supervisor Gonzalez.
No, I had 2.8, not 2.28. So that's where the
so
confusion was.
we added it
So
in,
I'll move to approve.
let's move to approve, 'cause I listed it.
2.28, because I did not pull
Second.
that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much, you guys.